Hey, Maker Viking, Beatles Cuber, and Splotchy 67. Doing okay. Trying to get things in order. Trying to, do the right thing and fix my life. As best I can, just one step at a time. Mr. Alan King, how are you? Well, you have to try. I mean, the alternative is to give up and die. So, I mean, just gotta try to do the best you can. I'm Groot. Trying to queue up some videos for what we're going to talk about. No new toys recently. I don't think I have anything new. No, nothing new. This flash drive's annoying the hell out of me though. I might have to contact Hewlett Packard. It's a 512 gig flash drive, and transfers 400 megabits USB 3 like it's supposed to. And the problem is, after transferring about 2.5 gigabytes, it slows down to 34 megabits, and then eventually slows down to 1 megabit. Almost like something on the chip is overheating, and so it's slowing down to throttle. And because if you pause the transfer and let it cool down for a bit, or at least don't do anything for a bit, and then resume it, it goes full speed again. So something's wrong with that drive. So it's gonna be fun trying to copy everything off of it so that I can send it in for a warranty repair. 500 gigabytes is a lot. Mr. Alan King, you need a Trojan horse. You gotta set up a second keyboard for the cat. This actually works. When you have a problem with your cat laying on your computer, you set up a decoy next to your computer. Thank you, Beatles Cuber. I appreciate that. And they've shown that it actually works. People have even bought busted laptops for $10 out of the trash or from the Goodwill, and they just set it up next to their laptop, and now the cat could lay on his laptop, and you can use your laptop in peace. So that might actually work. Unless the cat's really trying to get your attention, then it might not work. Mmm. Well, you don't have to give me anything, so anything I do get is very appreciated. Oh yeah, where's that one message? Where is that? There it is. So you've been adopted by the neighbor's cat. Coffee. It is Crave Coffee Southern Pecan. This is a double wall cup. So you can see see how there's an internal layer and an external layer. So this is double insulated. So first of all, you won't have condensation because there's a air layer in between the two layers, and it'll also keep it a little bit warmer a little bit longer. Although I usually drink it long before it cools down. How old are you? What do you mean learning to drive? And recent scans? So you had cancer? So yeah, that's just coffee with some what do you call it? Sweet cream creamer, Italian sweet cream creamer, just the regular stuff. Holy shit, dude! Cancer twice at 25? Man, fuck cancer. That is one time every human being on earth, no matter what age, is authorized to say fuck. And that's when you fall out with cancer. Jesus, dude. Hey, you beat it twice. You just keep beating it. You get up every morning, you look in the mirror and say, fuck you, cancer, I'm winning. Man, oh man. Boy, if I ever actually met the Christian God, I don't care what consequences there are, I would just punch him in the face and just look at him, his bloody mess on the ground, and go, children, cancer, really? Mm. Wow. Hey, Pygar, you just keep fighting and living life, dude. All you can do. Just make the best of it you can. Keep on winning. So we're actually going to be pretty short today. We're probably going to cancel out before 2 o'clock. I actually have a newspaper interview today, so that'll be interesting. It should be a positive one. I'm seeing if there's an update from him on here. I told him in the afternoon. Not yet. Okay. Um. Excellent. Come here. How's that on your 65-inch screen? Oh, I just knocked a bunch of shit over. I need a zoomed in camera like over here that's tight on my face so I can just click a button and go boom. Oh, I probably do. I have nasty snot issues. I'm constantly blowing my nose. Actually, it's pretty clear. That's pretty clear for a first blow in the morning. Got to empty that trash can. But I am. Oh yeah, very positive. No, actually, I'm not gonna take credit for this because all I did was start the fire. All the people who actually came through and volunteered, they're doing the actual hard work. So we have this. I saw, you guys know what next door is? You extra large. Don't go over there. Go over here. Why is this? What the hell? So next door is basically it's kind of like it's basically a social media site, but strictly local. So you can only join where you live. Like there's actually a process involved in me moving from Pennsylvania to New Mexico because they don't want people just joining in anywhere. um, that's dirty. Um, so her property is a complete mess. It's not a hoarder mess. It's a garbage mess. Like all the stuff on her property was like literal actual garbage. People say, "Well, is the hoarder going to complain about?" It's like, no, you don't understand. It's not a hoarder. It's garbage. Like literally bags of garbage. No, she's not next to me. She's about 2 miles away. Um, and the neighbors were, well, understandably complaining about the blight of this property. Because it's a hell of a mess. And it's 2.5 acres, almost 5 acres, but the other one was mostly clean. But the 2.5 acre property was covered in garbage from front to back. So they were saying, well, why doesn't the city do anything about this? So this requires some backstory because I don't want people to be angry with the city. But government has limited avenues of correction that they can take when dealing with a problem. So when someone complains to the government, in theory, the government has to do something, okay? Because the First Amendment says you have a right to redress of grievances. That's a First Amendment explicitly protected right of yours, that you have a right to seek redress for your grievances, meaning seek solutions for your problems from the government. So when citizens complain, what is on my hand? When citizens complain to the government about something, on some level, in theory, in most cases, the government is required to do something about it, or at least address the issue. Well, here's the problem: the government only has heavy hands. I can shake your hand or I can bitch slap you, and the government can only bitch slap you. It can't shake your hand. Now, that's not malicious government. That's not evil government. In fact, the town of Edgewood has been working very hard with us to try to help this problem. So huge kudos to them. I'll get to that in a moment. People don't understand, though, that when you sick the wolves on somebody, and when you call the government and say, I want you to fix this problem, you're sicking the wolves on them. Because think about this logically. The government cannot help you. It can't. First of all, that's not what the government is there for. The government is there as an administrative function. They are there to administer the city. That's their job. That's what they're supposed to do. The only portion of the government that's supposed to actually protect you would be the military if a nation attacked us. Okay? Otherwise, the government's not really there to protect you. Now, the closest they come to protecting you would be the constitutional duty that government has to provide for the common good. Okay? That's a pretty open architecture that they can take. So, for example, that's why government is allowed to put up, red lights and stop signs and speed limit signs, because they have to provide for the common good. And driving is literally impossible without structure and order, because human beings aren't designed to go faster than 15 miles an hour. So driving 30 miles an hour is not really something a human being is capable of doing in an unstructured environment, if there are other people also trying to do the same thing. You're going to have mayhem, anarchy, accidents, and ambulances really quick, okay? So the only way it's possible for us to drive is under a structured environment. Roads, you're on this side, you're on this side, obey that sign, obey that speed limit, stop when you're supposed to stop, right of way, stuff like that. That's providing for the common good. So this is why the government is supposed to address these things. That's why they provide, taking care of the roads. That's why they provide police and fire, stuff like that. They are providing for the common good. Now, what the government can't do is directly help a single individual. In fact, most of them actually have rules forbidding them from doing that. Otherwise, you get cases like, the last mayor, using city resources to put sewer pipes to expand the sewer system of the city, and they just happen to be going under his properties, which would increase the value of his properties. You see what I mean? No, it doesn't think we're doing. No, it's good. This is good news. This is a good news episode. So what people don't realize is that we have lost something in this country that we're supposed to have, and that's community. It's not the job of the government to help your neighbor. It's your job to help your neighbor. You're supposed to help your neighbor and get your other neighbors to help your neighbor. That's called community. And that's supposed to do that job. The government, first of all, the town of Edgewood probably has, 12 or 15 employees. What are they supposed to do? Say, okay, everybody stop their jobs. Let's go over and help this property clean up. Really? That's not what they're there for. They're there to administer the town. And you say, well, why can't they provide dumpsters and stuff like that? Well, then they have to provide dumpsters to everybody. Equal protection under the law is also part of the Constitution. So the city can't provide resources for one single individual, because then it would have to, by law, make those resources available to all individuals. I mean, you'd get people saying, well, I don't have to pay for trash service. I'll just demand the city put a dumpster on my property and I can fill it up twice a year. You can't do that, okay? So it's not a bad government. It's not evil government. They're not doing anything malicious, but they can't provide individualized help in this context. That's not what the government is for, and we should not expect that from the government. Okay? So I got angry because, well, these ignorant people who live on this street, just want to sick the wolves on them. When I say ignorant, I mean that the word ignorant means you don't know. Okay, when we say ignorant today, we mean it as a pejorative. We mean it as a derogatory term. When someone says you're ignorant, they're insulting you. But the word is wrong. What we mean when we say that is willful ignorance. Because ignorance can't be derogatory. I mean, I am ignorant of quantum mechanics. I know very little about it. Well, maybe I can learn, but that's a lot of learning, okay? I don't... There's many things I have lack of knowledge of. I would be ignorant in those categories. So when I say the neighbors are ignorant, I'm not talking about the pejorative willful ignorance. I'm talking about they're not totally understanding what they are asking for when they say, why doesn't the city fix this? Now, some of them are borderline willful ignorant. So one say, well, they could do a lean and clean. And I was just like, do you understand what the words you just spoke are? Lean and clean? No, you guys might not know what that means. What that means is the city comes in and pays a private company to clean up the property, and then they bill the property owner for that cleanup and apply a lien on their house to ensure the payment of that cleanup. Okay? So this is 2.5 acres of trash. We filled a 40-yard dumpster in 2.5 hours, and we're not even half done. We could probably fill 4 of them. You have any idea what that's going to cost? Yeah, about the house is worth. Okay? So I was like, let me explain to you the inevitable consequences of why doesn't the city take care of it? All right? The most likely outcome, okay, so first of all, what can the city do? The city can't help you. So all the city can do is use heavy hands. They can use their enforcement power. All right, they have the power to enforce local laws. And this would likely fall under zoning laws. So what legally can the city do? Forget about, there's no maliciousness here. There's no evil government. Nobody's out to get her, except maybe her neighbors. But it's been like this for 10 years, so it's been a long-term thing. But anyway, the government's not out to get you. There's no maliciousness. National government, that's a different story. But this local government of, 5,000 people, they're not out to get anybody. You have a great day, Beatles Cuber. You keep fighting. So what they're going to do is they're going to send code enforcement out. And code enforcement is going to issue a citation to abate. Abate means to correct, to make right. Okay? So they're going to say, okay, we are ordering you to clean up. Now, she can't clean up. Literally, she can't. All right, she's disabled. She's older. I mean, she gets around. She's fine. She's not like invalid or anything like that. But could you imagine trying to clean up, 5,000 bags of garbage? How long would that take you? Even a 25-year-old fit person, how long would that take you to clean up, 2 acres of garbage? It would take you months. And you would probably be mentally destroyed in a day or two and give up in depression. It's too much. One person can't do that. Typically. There are weirdos out there who could, but they're the exception. Okay? On top of that, without the dumpster, where's she going to put it all? How's she going to pay for it all? Now, what happened is other parts of her family used to live there. They didn't pay the electric bill. They didn't pay the water bill. They didn't pay the taxes, and they didn't pay the mortgage. So, leeches. So now they're gone. One of them died. One of them committed suicide, actually in the house next door. So that's why they don't want to live in that house. So I wanted them to move into the other house because the other house is paid off free and clear in her name. But that's where her son or father or whatever shot himself. And so they obviously have an emotional reason to not want to be in that house. So I get that. So she is now stuck with all of this debt and all of this trash, and they want to stick the city on her. I was like, let me tell you the best possible outcome. Zoning will show up and say, clean the property up. She won't because she can't. Okay? They will then apply fines. Those fines will become liens. That lien will become a sheriff's sale. And then she's going to lose her home and become homeless. And guess what, neighbors? You're still going to have a shit pile of 2 acres of trash. Because the city's not going to clean it up. That property will sit there for a year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, while that trash rots. And their city is going to wait until someone does buy the property. And then they're going to threaten them to clean it up. Because that's how government works. The only real power at this level, the only legal power, there are illegal powers, but the only legal power they have is to levy fines and foreclose to remedy those fines. That's typically what they'll do. Now, in this case, they might be able to do a lien and clean. So the city will clean up the property, put a lien on the house, and now, okay, you'll have a clean property, and you'll also have 2 more homeless people now. Great job. Wonderful. You just made her homeless to get rid of a little garbage on her property. Okay? I was like, how about instead we do something about it? How about that? Did anybody ever think of that? How about we as a community come together? I don't know this lady. Her name's Sharon. That's all I know. Okay? I don't know her. I never met her before in my life before this article on Nextdoor. This post on Nextdoor. She lives 2 miles that way. Actually, she lives on the road where I was going to buy a house. There was a 2,400 square foot house on Mustang Road for 50 grand, but I didn't sell the store in time to be able to buy it. And it would have been 1 mile the other way. So I'm 1 mile from south of Walmart. This property is 1 mile north of Walmart. So, I almost had a house on Mustang Road. That would have been nice to have 2,400 square feet. That would have been nice. But anyway, I said, how about we do something about it? How about we as a community come together and help her out? And, one of the first replies I got was, well, what if we clean the place, besides the, it's not my job replies. Well, what if we clean the place up and she just makes it a mess again? And my reply was, who cares? Who cares? I learned something a long time ago. I used to be hesitant about helping homeless people. And some of the not so nicer people in my life, convinced me not to help them by saying, well, he's just going to go out and buy cigarettes or alcohol. And then my dad taught me something. My dad's dead. He died. But he taught me something. And this is something I didn't expect from him. It's a side of him I had not seen before. And I started to see a real side of him, the side of him that was inside, not the side that he projected to the rest of the world. He said, you don't help people with conditions. You don't help people with rules. You don't help people with expectations, because that's not helping people. That's controlling people. Now, if your objective is to control, okay, then you apply those conditions to whether or not you hand out your money. I was like, but if you want to help people, help is unconditional. You don't apply rules and conditions to help. I mean, if you can't afford to help, then you don't help. If you can afford to help, then you provide the help if you're willing, without conditions or reservations. Yes, he might go buy cigarettes with it. Yes, he might go buy alcohol with it. But he also might go buy a meal. He also might go, that might be enough to get him a night in a motel room, where he can clean up and maybe get that job tomorrow. Right? It's not your job to regulate and control what the people do with your help. You either provide the help or you don't. And the help needs to be free and clear and unconditional, or it's not help. It's control. I was like, so don't worry about what will happen to the property after you help clean it up. Now, we are addressing that. We have other volunteers who are trying to address these other issues. And we made it clear to Sharon and her son that we can't do this stuff for you. That's not how it works. We're trying to help you, not run your life and fix everything for you. So, she has to pull up to the table and play her hand. She has, it's called a call. Let's see your hand. And she has to play her hand. So she has to participate in this process. And so far she is. And we have people who are trying to connect her to tax help, who are trying to connect her to debt help. We no guarantee we'll succeed. We're trying to keep her in her home. And it worked. we got 30 people to show up, and we're helping to clean up this lady's property. Okay, these are just some of the volunteers who came out. Now, I'm not physically capable of helping. I'm so badly out of shape that I can't walk a half a mile. I found that out the hard way when I went to go take some pictures, and I couldn't make it up the muddy road to the property. So I said, okay, I'll just walk. It's 0.4 miles. Yeah, I made it about 0.3. Yeah, I'm really out of shape, and I'm working on that. But what I can do is help in other ways. I put a fire under everybody's butt, and that's not much, but it got it started. Okay, I brought my trailer with my canopy and my barbecue. There's my Weber grill. I brought over my Weber grill there, and I got electric coolers. So I have coolers that I plug into batteries. These batteries here. I don't have one handy, and these kind of things, but big ones. And so I don't need to buy ice. All I gotta do is buy food. And some people are donating water as well. And I sit there all day and I cook. Everybody gets free food because I want it to be a positive experience. I want people to, people are going to go home hot, sweaty, and tired, but I also want them to go home with a smile on their face. Work doesn't have to be negative. Work is always going to be hard. Work is always going to make you sweaty and tired. But work can be a positive experience or a negative experience. And I'm trying to make it a positive experience because I want people to do it again. I want people to get used to community coming together and saying, let's us fix this. Because, one person, 2 person, 10 people, you can't do it. It's too much work. But you get 30 people together in one spot, and you'd be amazed how much work 30 people can get done with almost no effort output from each individual person. The amount of work each individual puts in is minuscule compared to the whole. It is not a linear equation. One person does one person's work. 2 people does not do 2 people's work. 2 people does 2.1 people's work. 10 people does 15 people's work. 30 people does 100 people's work. Many hands make light work. True, but the follow-through has to happen. Like I said, I don't want to take credit for it because all I did was light the fire, right? But these people here are the ones doing the real work. They're the ones who showed up. They're the ones busting their ass to help their neighbor. And it worked. Their actual local neighbors, some of their, disconnected family started coming through. Her one, I think cousin, I'm not sure. He lives on the diagonal property from her. He, the second day, he came over with his big pickup truck. They had 3 trailers full of garbage. And he hitched up those trailers. I had an air pump. We aired up the tires. And he hauled those trailers over to the dumpster. And people went with him and they got it all emptied out, came back. And we filled that trailer twice more. We dumped 6 trailer loads of garbage that day. And the city is helping. The city can't put a dumpster on her property, which would be the best solution. Now, again, the city can't provide individual help. Otherwise, everybody could rightfully demand that help. But they are bending over backwards to help us. So, this is actually going to happen again August 13th. The city, twice a year, they bring in a bunch of dumpsters for a community cleanup. Anybody who lives in Edgewood can bring their garbage to the dumpsters for free. Right? We do not have municipal trash service here in New Mexico. At least not here in rural New Mexico. Now, there are private companies that you can pay to do your trash once a week. And you're allowed 1 trash can. And you pay $40 a month for 4 trash cans. That's a lot of money. But if you don't make a lot of trash and you can afford it, okay. Otherwise, citizens, take their car, their trailer, whatever, and we have what's called a transfer station. I'm guessing that just goes to whatever landfill gets filled with all the garbage. Recycling is free. Certain hazardous waste has certain fees, like tires have a fee and stuff like that. Appliances are free because that's scrappable metal. Recycling is free, so if you bring clean cardboard, plastic, etc., metal, you can put that in recycling for free. Regular refuse, regular garbage. Never, ever, 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 ever put your pizza boxes in your recycling. You will destroy an entire load of recycling if you put your pizza box in recycling. The oils destroy the recyclability of the cardboard. And if that gets chewed up without one of the recycle techs realizing it, the entire load has to be thrown away. because you cannot put the grease through the recycling process. So never throw your pizza boxes into recycling. That's something I learned that I didn't know. Maybe if it's clean, maybe you could tear the top off. I would love to have one. The Bamboo Lab X1 with that AMS system. Oh man, I would love to have one. That's a nice looking printer. It really looks like it's matching its advertising. So we'll have to wait until more people use it long term, but the few videos I've seen are pretty impressive. So I've been posting to a bunch of forums to try to drum up support to get more people to come out and help. Because the city, they actually bring in dumpsters twice a year for citizens to use, so we don't have to drive 24 miles to the transfer station and pay to dispose of it. It's not a lot of money. It's $5 for a cubic yard, so basically $5 for a pickup truck load. And they're pretty forgiving on that. If you have 1.5 cubic yards, they're going to let you go for $5. The real hardship is the 24 miles round trip. You know, with a pickup truck, you're talking $20 worth of gas to go to the transfer station. Hey, Alec. Hey, Andy. So the city actually went above and beyond, and they brought in like 6 or 7 extra dumpsters, and they dropped them at Town Hall, you know, for the weekend that we were doing that cleanup on the second day. They didn't have to do that. That was awesome of them. Now, everybody could use them, of course, but by putting the dumpsters at Town Hall, they did 2 things. One, we only have to drive half a mile now. So all of our volunteers don't have to burn 24 miles worth of gas and the time it takes to go there. And 2, our volunteers don't have to pay anything at the transfer station because the dumpsters are available for free. So that the town of Edgewood chipped in. They did their part to help us. So the next community cleanup day where the town brings in dumpsters normally is August 13th. So that's when we're planning our 3rd cleanup day at our property. I'm hoping to make a big push to get the bulk of it done. So I'm trying to get like 30, 40 people to show up. And so I've been posting to all the groups, and one of them said, "Did you contact a local TV and newspaper?" I was like, "No, I never thought of that." So I did. And our local paper, The Independent, came back immediately and said, "Hey, you want to have an interview tomorrow?" I was like, "Yes." Because if they put out an article about this cleanup day, maybe more people will show up. So I'm hoping for good results. I'm hoping for, I want to teach my community that the community can do great things, feel good about it, and it will actually work. And I'm hoping to make it a semi-permanent thing. Organize it. Not too much. Maybe even just for now, 1 project a year. Just pick 1 project per year to have the community work together, because most projects will take 2 or 3 days. I don't know who that is. I will call them back later. But most projects will be multi-day projects, and and it is expensive. I've spent over $300 in food. Hey, that's my way of chipping in. I'm okay with that. It's the least I can do. I have a very large pantry. I have a lot of food. I don't think that was a scammer. It was a 505 number, so it was local. So it might actually be the newspaper guy, but I'm going to call him after the stream. Well, sometimes that's all it takes. Sometimes it just takes one person to get these other people to be the same way and to carry the torch. One person, I can't do it myself. What can I do? If I tried to clean her place up, I'd be exhausted in 10 minutes. But what I can do is sit there and cook food for everybody. So make it a positive experience. I also want to obviously limit liability. I don't want to be the leader because I don't want to get sued. But, and now we have given the city an alternative path to dealing with her. Now zoning can back off because something's getting done. So the grievance is being redressed without zoning having to threaten her. The property's getting cleaned up. Now, our ultimate goal, and one of the things we're going to do on August 13th, is clean up the second house. Because we have some volunteer handymen who are going to come in and look over the place, maybe even do some work to try to fix up the second house a little bit, to make it sellable. Okay, it'll never be rentable, because rentable would have to be brought up to code, but it could be sold. A house that close on 2.5 acres with power, that close to town center, 1 mile from town, that's worth money. You know, even as is, where is, that should be $50,000 or $60,000. So in theory, if we can clean it up just enough to be sold, because she owns that house free and clear, she can sell the house because she has 2.5 acre parcels. In here in Edgewood, you actually can't have a parcel less than 1 acre. That's the minimum. So, you know, she's not rich or anything. Just everybody has 1 acre. Well, actually, as far as I know, 1.25 is the smallest available. You can theoretically go down to 1, but it's typically 1.25 because they're typically 5 acre chunks, which could be split into 2.5 acre chunks, and then sometimes they split that into 1.25 acre chunks. So actual 1 acre chunks are pretty rare, but that's the minimum legally to maintain the rural nature. I don't know. I don't know how that works. I have no idea. We're trying to see. One of the biggest advantages of getting a lot of people together is the, what do you call that? What was it 6 steps to Kevin Bacon or something like that? Um, what's that little contest people have, the 6 stages of Kevin Bacon or something like that? You know, that most people can connect themselves to Kevin Bacon with 6 connections, 6 people. That's the idea, that our world is interconnected. So the more people I can get together, the higher the probability that one of those people might know someone who might be able to help her. And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to make connections here. So, you know, maybe find 6 degrees of separation. That's it. 6 degrees of separation. So we're trying to decrease the number of degrees of separation here so that we can maybe connect her with people who can help her. It might be easy. It might be one of those things where if you can just find the right person, they can say, oh yeah, you can do this and this, and you're good. And that's what we're hoping to do. We're hoping to make those connections so somebody can help her with the tax issues, help her with the utility issues. If she can sell that second property for $50,000 or $60,000, that would pay off the $11,000 note on her property. That would pay off her $8,000 tax bill. That would pay off her $4,000 electric bill. That would pay enough money to finish cleaning up the property nicely and to fix up the property a little bit and leave her with enough money to live off of for a few years to give her a chance at life. You know, where she might be able to do something. She might be able to make something and make something happen, at least get into a stable status. Because if she can control her utility usage, her retirement income is probably enough to pay all of her bills if she started from zero. So if you got the place fixed up a little bit, got all the utilities reconnected, because right now she has no water. She has to haul water in. And they're if they haven't already, they're about to turn off the power. So and you know, right now that's not a big deal, but come wintertime, that's a big deal. It does get cold here. And if she can sell the other property, that would solve all of her immediate problems. So we're hoping to connect her with, you know, 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon, you know, the to the right people who can help her make that happen. And then she'll be debt free. Everything will be connected. She'll be tax free. So she'll just have to make enough money to pay her taxes every year and pay her utilities every month. And her retirement income is probably on her Social Security, is probably enough to do that if she was at zero. And so we're going to try to get her there. We can't do it for her, but maybe we can connect her with the people who can help. And as long as she sidles up to the table and lays her hand out and is willing to call and play the game, then, you know, because she has to do her part, you know, maybe we can keep her from becoming homeless and keep the property from being a blight on the neighborhood without having to sick the wolves on her. You know, it's like, come on, people, community, let's work together. And I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful that it is working. We're getting people who are volunteering. We're getting people who are helping. JG told me to check my PayPal. I didn't get an email yet for some reason. PayPal's weird like that. I don't want your stupid app. Just go. There you go. $10 from JG. Thank you very much, dude. I appreciate that. And by using PayPal, I get like 94% of it. So that's awesome. All right, let's talk about 3D printing now, because that's enough of that, because you guys are curious about the interview. So I have an interview with the paper guy later today. Hopefully he's going to write a nice positive article that will get the juices going and get more people to show up, and it'll be a cascade effect. I'm hoping that that happens. You know, because the way I tell people, I was like, you know, think about it as paying forward. In 20 years, you might be the one who needs help. And would you rather live in a community where they come together and help you, or where they just tell zoning to fine you and take your home? Okay? I tell people, it's for your own self-interest too. So, as you guys know, I fly rockets. And I like 3D printing rockets because it makes everything cheaper. So there's two major organizations in the U.S. You have the NAR, not related to the NRA, the NAR, or National Association of Rocketry, and you have the EEE, which is another rocketry organization in the U.S. One of the advantages of the NAR is that we can 501(c) nonprofit. We have a safety code. We help with regulatory agencies to promulgate rules to keep rocketry safe without banning it. We fought against the ATF and won because one of them got a stick up their ass. Well, they post, this is the Rocketeer, comes out once every month or every other month or something like that. And it used to be a mail thing, now it's digital, of course. And this part here caught my eye and really ticked me off. So, rocketry has basically two levels. You have model rockets, you know, the little stuff. You can fly this anywhere in your yard, in your park, you know, if you have a big enough yard. And you also have what's called high power. So basically, any rocket with more than 125 grams of propellant or weighing more than 3.3 pounds at liftoff is illegal. You're not allowed to fly anything over 3.3 pounds or 125 grams of propellant unless you're certified. Okay? So we self-police and self-regulate, and that's built into the National Fire Code. You know, so if you want to fly high power, we have 3 levels: level 1, 2, and 3. Level 1 is just a simple, you know, build a rocket. Where's that? There we go. Let's turn that volume. So that there is your level 1 certification flight. That was my level 1 certification flight back in August of 2010. In Colorado, actually. I was living in Pennsylvania at the time, but NARM was in Colorado. And basically, all you have to do is successfully fly an H or an I motor, that's level 1, and land the rocket without damage. Okay, so if your rocket breaks on landing, you got to do it again. So the idea is to show that you're capable of building a rocket that can hold up to that level of thrust and be safe. Level 2 is this. So that rocket is about 9 feet tall, and it's about 6 inches in diameter. It's about that big. It's a big boy. Those are 55-inch parachutes bringing that rocket down. And here is An external view of that flight in slow motion. That flame is over 6 feet long. All right, that's my level 2 flight. Now, for level 2, you have to take a 25-question written test that shows that you have the basic knowledge. So, how big does the field have to be? How far away do people and buildings have to be? You know, safety protocols, construction techniques, you know, what to do, what not to do, because you can also mess it up. So here is Mark Mcreynolds. I hate to rag on him, but this is a great video. This is his level 1 certification flight, and he made a mistake. So that rocket is supposed to take off, and it's almost ready to take off, and then this happens. Wee-haw! That was the rocket motor. That was the rocket motor parting company with the rocket. Now, this is at 600 frames per second. So everything you're seeing is massively slowed down. That's a nose cone falling at 32 feet per second. And that's the rocket motor. In real life, that was... Okay, so what did he do wrong? He used CA glue to glue his motor mount into the airframe. Well, CA has a problem. It's brittle. So it's like glass. It can shatter. Now, with normal motors, not a problem, because the black powder motors are what you would call a soft start. They don't go. They... Now, these motors, high power motors, use what's called ammonium perchlorate. If some of you have any kind of space history fascination, you'll recognize that term. That's the same propellant used in the space shuttle SRBs. No. This is from 10 years ago, 12 years ago. This was back in 2010. We went to the zoo with my friend David. We didn't go fly rockets. So these are all old videos. You can find them on naramlive.com. So, ammonium perchlorate motors, the same thing used in the shuttle solid rocket SRBs, has a sharp spike. They don't... They... and go. Okay? Very hard liftoff. And that shock of ignition, that spike, is enough to shatter CA. And that's exactly what happened. The CA mount shattered, the glue shattered, and so the rocket motor with its motor tube shot straight up through the rocket. We call it an ICBM. So the rocket was fine. Nobody got hurt. So he rebuilt the rocket using epoxy this time. And it flew fine. So as you can see, there's a process here to certify people. They kind of already done that. Ducted fans inside of rockets. They've done that. Now, level 3, so level 2, level 1 is H and I motors. Level 2 is JKL. So now that I have certified level 2, I can legally purchase J, K, and L motors, and I can legally fly those motors at a launch. Now, of course, we have to get a waiver. So, you know, we call up the local air traffic control. We get a waiver for our field, for what altitude we're going to fly, how big we're going to fly, because they have to post NOTAMs, notice to airmen, to let aircraft know, okay, avoid this area. You know, rockets are going to be going up into the air. You know, and we have a good rapport with the FAA and whatnot, because they know, you know, in 50 years, you know, we've had basically no issues because we self-regulate and we self-police. Level 3 is M motors and up. Now, that's a whole different ball game. Okay, so the cheapest level 3 motor is about $450. So the cheapest level 3 motor you can buy is almost $500 for one motor. Rocketry's not cheap. How high can you go? How much money do you have? It's that simple, okay? So level 3 is Level 1, just fly a rocket safely. Level 2, take a test and fly a rock safely. Yes, you can. Epoxy will adhere to resin very well, actually. The resin part will break long before the epoxy breaks. Level 3 is a whole different ballgame. I believe you have to use electronic deployment. I believe that's I could be wrong, but it's normal, but it might not be a requirement. But I'm pretty sure you have to use electronic deployment. So the typical way a level 3 rocket will fly, and a lot of level 2 rockets, is you'll have multiple redundant altimeters, flight computers inside the rocket. You don't use the engine ejection charge to deploy the parachutes because, your rocket could be upwards of 400 pounds, the bigger ones. Certification rockets are not normally that heavy. But, Steve Eve's Saturn V, which was on a P motor, we're getting into amateur rocketry territory now. His was 400 pounds, and the rocket was 40 feet tall. It's a big boy, okay? Basically, it was a 10th scale Saturn V. I have videos of that online. These are dangerous. If a 400-pound rocket body comes down on top of somebody's house or their car, people can die. Okay? So you kind of want to make sure people who are, lobbing supersonic vehicles to 40,000 feet and people who are lobbing 400-pound monsters into the air have some idea of what they're doing. That they're not just lunatics going to the local park and lighting off an M motor. Okay? There's a time and place. There's a right place to fly that kind of stuff and a wrong place to fly that kind of stuff. So the level 3 process is quite a bit more involved. You don't just build a rocket and fly it. You don't just take a test. You go through what's called an L3CC for NAR, or a TAP committee for EEE. That's where you have, I think it's 3. You have 3 level 3 rocketeers who will mentor you through the process. They're going to look over your work. You're gonna show them what you're doing and how you're doing it. They're going to inspect your rocket and say, okay, we don't like that. Let's do this a little differently here. Because last thing you want is an 80-pound motor, something like this, breaking free and shooting through the rocket. Unlike this Mcreynolds rocket, which was just exciting, to see the... No. Here we go. So, as exciting as that is, it's not particularly dangerous. The motor's not going to go very far. In that configuration, it's unstable aerodynamically. That's why the thing was... It was slow on here because I'm recording at 600 frames per second. Do that with an M motor, and you could take out somebody's house. Okay? You could murder people, okay? So you want to be safe. And so you have to go through this L3CC process so that mentors can look over your work, look over what you're doing, and make sure you have some idea of what you're doing. Make sure you're not going to hurt yourself, hurt somebody else, or hurt somebody's property, which would in turn cause a very big problem for the hobby if we had a major incident. So we self-police and self-regulate. Well, the newsletter, now that's all the backstory of how high power works and how the NAR works. And in 50 years of our insurance, we only had 2 claims. One person burned themselves on an igniter, and another person broke their leg when they fell out of a tree recovering a rocket. Okay, so we're very safe. Safety is absolutely critical, because if you want to see this hobby disappear instantly overnight, do something dangerous. And poof, they will come down on your ass like a sack of bricks. The hobby will be over. All right, so we have to maintain that vigilance for safety. So I saw this in the Rocketeer, and I got pissed. L3 certs cannot use 3D printed parts for substantial components. L3CC is leading this effort. That really pissed me off, because it's not that they said, hey, we're concerned about 3D printed parts. Because when I build my level 3 rocket, if I ever have enough money to build my level 3 rocket, every single part of the rocket will be 3D printed except the airframe. Rail slides, they're going to be 3D printed. Motor retention, it's going to be 3D printed. The fins, they're going to be 3D printed. The nose cone, it's going to be 3D printed. The Avionics Bay, it's going to be 3D printed. The photography bay, it's going to be 3D printed. The centering rings, they're going to be 3D printed. The interlocks between pieces, they're going to be 3D printed. Because I have 3D printers, and I know how to use them. I don't have CNC machines and lathes and table saws and bandsaws. And I'm certainly not going to buy all that when I have 3D printers and can just print the parts I need on a 3D printer. This is not a materials issue. This is an ignorance issue. And that bothers me because normally, so the title of the video is a little hyperbolic. NAR is not banning 3D printing for high power. And they're not even banning 3D printing for level 3 high power. They're just banning it for your certification flight. Well, here's the problem. Certification flight could cost $1,000, $1,200 if you go bare minimum. And that's assuming you already have all the tools you need. Because the motor alone is going to cost you $500. So a lot of people like me, if I ever do level 3, it's going to be once. I'm going to do it one time only. Very likely. The probability of me being able to afford more than, 2 or 3 flights is going to be very low. All right, because it's very expensive. When they say, welcome to high power, open your wallet. They're not joking. It's expensive. I mean, the whole reason I got into 3D printing was because that nose cone right there cost me $50. I'm not kidding. That nose cone, that blue nose cone, it's white. I painted it blue. But that plastic nose cone was $50 freaking dollars. And that was 12 years ago. Okay? I can't afford to fly rockets on that level. Well, then you can't afford to fly high power. Yes, I can. I have 3D printers. I can make that nose cone for $1. Okay? I don't have to spend $70 or $80 on a nose cone. I could just print one for $1 to $3. And my nose cone will be stronger than that nose cone. Do I have one of my monsters here? No, I don't. But when you print something, let me take the batteries out. When you print something with just regular PLA and a 1.4 millimeter nozzle, you can beat the living shit out of it and you ain't breaking it. Okay? There's not even a mark on it. Why cast it? Why would I waste the money making a mold and all the mold materials that'll cost more than buying the nose cone? Why? When I could just print the damn thing. I mean, you could hit this with a hammer and it won't break. Well, the 3D printing is not stronger than it's weaker than conventional materials. Excuse me. PLA has a tensile strength of 37 megapascals. Plywood, the normal rocketry material for a high power rocket, has a tensile strength of 34 megapascals. So the PLA is stronger than your conventional rocket materials. And that's just PLA. People don't realize just how good a material PLA is. In fact, the only real problem with PLA is its deflection temperature. Meaning, if you get it too hot, it becomes soft. Okay? So this is a vase printed nose cone. Why do I vase print the nose cone? Because that makes it fast, cheap, and really lightweight to print. That nose cone's lighter than an Estes nose cone, and just as strong. Right? Same thing with the fins. These fins are plenty strong. Do that to your Estes rocket fin and see if it breaks. Yeah. You're gonna snap your fin. You bend. You put that much force into your little plywood fin, and it's gonna snap. I mean, okay. But this is okay and this is not. Okay, so now my issue is that they have blanket banned 3D printing for structural components in ignorance. And that is the part that bothers me, because the NAR is usually very even-headed and based in logic, reason, data, and facts. People say, well, how can people know what is right and wrong about a 3D print? They're not familiar with the technology. They don't have to be familiar with the technology. How do you know the person who made the plywood rocket did it right? How do you know the person who made the paper rocket did it right? How do you know the person who made the carbon fiber rocket knows what the fuck they're doing about laying up carbon fiber? Because if you lay up the carbon fiber wrong, it's going to be worse than if you hadn't used carbon fiber, because you probably used thinner, cheaper wood because you knew you were going to carbon fiber it. But if you did it wrong, okay, you get your epoxy resin mix wrong. If you get the ratio of, if you have insufficient hardener. So epoxy is a two-part adhesive. You mix a resin with a hardener, and that ratio has to be correct. Not only that, it has to be the correct resin for what you're doing. Depends on how much power you're pushing. A person flying, come on, a person flying this kind of rocket like I did, well, you have huge safety margins. I mean, yeah, I built most of that with CA and wood glue. Okay, it's an interlocking tube fin structure. So unlike this rocket, where the tubes are glued onto the outside of the rocket, which means these tubes can be torn off of this rocket. All right, this rocket, on the other hand, you'll notice that the tubes are not on the outside of the rocket. They're inside the rocket. So the tubes connect to each other, and then that entire structure slides into slots in the rocket. It's what we call through-the-wall construction. A high-power rocket, you do not want the fins glued onto the outside of the tube without significant reinforcement. What you want is called through the wall. So if this was the wall of the rocket, this would be glued on the outside. Okay. What we want, however, is through the wall. So inside you have a motor tube and there's a gap between them. And what you do is you put a slot in your tube and you slide the fin into the rocket like this. And it glues to both the tube and the motor mount. So the motor mount would sit here. So that would be similar to this here. So if you look at this here, see how there's a space in between the two parts? You would want the fin going all the way through, and this kind of does. So this slot that fin slides into actually touches that inner tube. So the inside and outside are connected, and the result is that it's very strong. This is E2X version. The other version is more appropriate for that. So these are the different things that you look for. I don't want a way around the 3D printed parts. I want them to approve a 3D printed rocket because I want them to use logic and reason. Now, that doesn't mean blindly approve a 3D printed rocket. The L3C, it's not the L3CC's job to validate your rocket. If the L3CC mentor says, yeah, I have questions about those 3D printed centering rings, are they going to hold up to that M970 motor you're going to put in it? Well, now it's the responsibility of me, the modeler, to show the mentor that, yes, this will hold up. How would you like me to show you? What metric would you like? What data would you like that says that that will hold up just fine? Is your problem thermal or is your problem structural? All right, thermal problem, okay, there's a 1/4 inch of cardboard between the motor and the plastic. And the plastic is in open air, it's not enclosed, so it can radiate its heat to the surrounding environment. And the motor is only going to burn for 3.5 seconds. So not enough heat is going to penetrate to soften that. Okay, you're going to be fine. So, okay, prove it. Well, okay, I can do that. Okay, I can put a metal shaft inside of the rocket tube, connect my soldering iron to it, and heat that metal shaft up to the same temperature that the rocket motor is going to reach for 4 seconds, and then see if the plastic part softens. Okay, there. You ask the modeler to validate something that you have a reasonable concern about. Don't just say, prove all your plastic parts can hold up. That's not reasonable. Right? But if you tell me I'm concerned about the thickness of your centering rings, okay, I can validate that. Right? So, demand validation from the modeler. That's fine. I totally agree with that. We want safety. We want people to be safe. What I don't like is the blind ignorance of, no 3D printed parts. Well, what about, Z-layer alignment? Z-layer alignment typically does not weaken a part. It just makes it not look straight. It's still there. It's not going to come apart. And you can very easily grab it and just give it a squeeze. It didn't break. Okay, it's fine. People say, well, they could just download files and print out parts and fly them without any knowledge. How the fuck did they get through to level 3? They had to fly model rockets. They had to fly a level 1 rocket. They had to take a test and fly a level 2 rocket. How the hell did they get to level 3? Okay, I mean, it's ignorance. Okay, it's blind ignorance and fear of something that's not known. Did they do the same thing when fiberglassing came out? Did they do the same thing when we switched from balsa wood to plywood? Did they do the same thing with carbon fibering? Did they do the same thing when people started casting their own parts? No, they learned. Okay? And I don't expect them to say, okay, all 3D printing's fine. Right? I expect them to say, okay, we're going to have questions regarding 3D printing parts, and we expect the modeler, within reason, to be able to answer those questions. And if the modeler can satisfactorily answer those questions, the model should be allowed to fly. Yeah, old man yelling at clouds. And I'm not used to the NAR being blindly ignorant with a declaration like that. That's elitism. That's, do it the way we did it. Well, I'm sorry. I don't have a lathe. I don't have a bandsaw. I don't have a table saw. I don't have all these tools you have and all this money you have to be buying these parts. That well, if you can afford to 3D print, but I already have the 3D printers. I already have the plastic. I don't have to buy anything. I got 700 kilograms of plastic sitting on the bus. I got 500 rolls of this shit. Okay? I don't have to buy a thing. The only thing I have to spend money on is a little bit of electricity to run the printer. Okay? So don't talk to me about that. And I don't want to buy a kit. I'm going to be doing this one time, basically, and I'm going to buy someone else's design, someone else's kit. Screw that. The whole point of model rocketry is I build my model. I build my designs. That's the whole point. People say, well, I see people coming up with, 3D printed motor retainers and then they melt when they launch. That has nothing to do with 3D printing. If you take the, looks identical to this, Estes Chinese injection molded plastic part and put it in the same rocket, it's going to melt too. Exactly. That's my point. We're talking about the NAR effectively banning 3D printed structural parts for certification level 3 flights. So this is the National Association of Rocketeer. And so I am going to where is that video? There it is. So I'm going to start a series. One of the problems I've been having lately is finding focus, finding direction. And that's been hard for me. I kind of lost my mojo, so to speak. And I've got to get that back. And this has given me something to bite onto and do a death roll with. A little lizard action. But this has given me something to work on, something to focus on, and that'll help me make content. Instead of, skipping every other week and doing basically nothing. So it'll be slow at first because, money. I don't got money to be buying a bunch of rocket parts because I do have to buy tubes. And so maybe I could figure out a way to not have to buy tubes. I guess the only tubes I really need to buy are the motor mount tubes. So like 38 and 54 millimeter tubes. Um, so I gotta make it as cheap as possible. Maybe roll my own just for the purpose of this. I don't know. We'll see. The glue will probably cost more than just buying a tube. Um, so I want to start. One guy says, "Well, maybe we need some of your knowledge." Give me some of them tubes. um, the So I'm going to start writing some articles, doing some videos, and focusing on high power rocketry components. I'll start donating some free parts to people who are willing to test them for me because I can't afford to be flying rockets. I don't have that kind of money right now. And also, I thought living here would be a great place for rocketry. It's not. All the properties are fenced off, and we're in a continuous drought situation. So, a very nasty fire risk, plus COVID. Yay! But hopefully they'll start flying again soon. But I'm gonna start making some videos on different 3D printed parts, nose cones, testing how strong they are. See, this is something I can do. I've got a quart of coax, some black powder, so I can start making some ejection charge, some black powder charges, and I can just buy one piece. I can even use a 3D printed tube, so I don't even have to buy a tube, and start testing nose cones with shorter and shorter shock cords, meaning purposely abuse the nose cone. People say, well, I see people 3D print nose cones with those little hooks for the shock cord, and then they break. I was like, well, typically a shock cord breaks because of a shock cord failure, not because of a 3D printing failure. All right. If this shock cord is too short, okay, that nose cone is going to have substantial velocity when it gets to the end of that shock cord, and it's going to go, okay. Well, that's not a, you don't want that. See that? So there's your shock cord. Notice how long that shock cord is? Look how long that shock cord is. Okay. That shock cord is, what, 6 feet, 7 feet long for this little, 8-ounce rocket. Okay. That's so that this nose cone has time to slow down by the time it gets to the full length of the shock cord. On top of that, the parachute is attached closer to the nose cone. So this parachute is going to begin to open up and apply drag, which is going to gradually slow that nose cone down so it doesn't reach the end of its leash and go yank. All right, so when you yank a nose cone and break the mount on the nose cone, people say, oh yeah, I had to put a plywood bulkhead in there to keep the nose cone on. You failed. You failed at your job of model rocketry, okay? Because you didn't fix the problem. You left a broken problem in place and then fixed it by brute force. By epoxying a fucking plywood bulkhead and eye hook in there. You didn't fix the problem. You brute force slapped a bandage over it. Okay? Fixing the problem would be making sure the nose cone stops in a controlled manner. So if your shock cord was that long, well, yeah, even that nice full-length 3D printed mount in there might zipper if I yanked it that hard. This is too light to do that, but on a high-power rocket, this nose cone might weigh 10 pounds. Okay? So it's your job to slow the nose cone down. You're just making up for it with a giant piece of plywood. Yeah, I know. That's something I learned. There's a lot more vegetation out here than I realized. I might have. I'm assuming he built sugar rockets, KN03. But that's a failure of the modeler. That's a failure of your shock cord. That's not a failure of the nose cone. The other failure that I'll see, in fact, I can show you. Images. Oh, perfect. That one right there is perfect. Let's find a bigger one. There we go. You have that one, and you have that one. So here's a nose cone. That's your typical nose cone right there. Let's zoom out a little bit so you can actually see it. And what that typically looks like is something like this. I don't want that. That's annoying. There we go. And here's basically the same nose cone as it comes. So typically what will happen is your shock cord is too goddamn short. And so you're yanking on that little hook right there, which is where you tie your shock cord right there, okay? So you yank on that, and it's going to break, all right? It's not because that's a failure. It's not because it's inadequate. It's because you screwed up and you made your shock cord too short because you're cheap or you're inexperienced. The high power guys, you'll even see them. They'll fold their shock cord back and forth and wrap it with masking tape. Fold it, tape it, fold it, tape it, fold it, tape it, fold it, tape it. And the idea is when it deploys, it goes rip, 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 rip. And each time it rips the tape, it's taking energy away from the nose cone, which is being projected forward by the ejection charge. So instead of, 100 pounds of force all at once, boom! Instead, it's 10 pounds of force, which it can easily handle. That's what you're supposed to do. The other failure point that I see is this here. See how there's flashing inside that hole there? Well, typically what we'll do is we'll take our X-Acto knife and we'll just poke it in there and just clear out the flashing. Well, here's the problem. If your X-Acto knife nicks that plastic sprue, well, you've just compromised the structural integrity of the plastic screw. It's now going to take significantly less force to break that sprue because you cut into it when you cleaned out the flashing. Okay? It's not because it's 3D printed. I would never 3D print that. 3D printing a hook like that is asking for trouble. It's too small. You're either going to want to beef that up dramatically or you're going to want to make it internal like I do here. See? And I just run the shock cord through that tube in there, and I can pick whichever one I want. If I'm going to have a spicy rocket, I'll even use 2 or all 3 of those points. All right? You design to accommodate. No safety check. Okay. You guys don't know the process for model rocketry, so what happens is you bring the model up to check-in, and the check-in safety officer is going to inspect your model. He might give the fins a little wiggle if it looks like the glue joint wasn't very good. He's gonna pull the nose cone and see if it's too tight or too loose. You see, in model rocketry, a failure mode that's pretty common actually is called drag separation. The rocket fires, and then the motor burns out. The motor is done burning. Your rocket is now ballistic. It is coasting on the speed that it gained from the rocket motor. So it's not like rocket parachute. It's rocket coast apogee parachute. Okay? 90% of your altitude comes from unpowered flight. You're just flying ballistically on the thrust you got from the initial burn of the rocket motor. That's called ballistic flight. Now, what can happen, however, is, as you can see here, you have this nice smooth nose cone, and then you have this really draggy, let me switch back to full screen for you guys. And then you have this really draggy airframe that's got all this surface area, these launch lugs sticking out, these fins sticking out, all producing drag. So these 2 parts are now independently flying ballistic objects. Now, what do you think is going to happen to the flight profile of these 2 parts? Well, until this thing goes unstable, okay, as long as it's in this orientation, this part produces a lot less drag than this part. So what's going to happen is it's like this part put on the brakes and this part did not put on the brakes. It's not putting on an accelerator, but it didn't put the brakes on. So it would be like if you were following a car in front of you and you both accelerated to 60 miles an hour and then you both let off the gas. What happens? Well, both cars begin to slow down. What if one of them is a truck? Well, he's going to slow down more because he has more drag. Okay? So, but he also has more mass. In this case, it's the opposite. This part not only has more mass, but it also has more drag. So it's going to slow down even more. This part here wants to keep on going. An object in motion remains in motion until acted upon by an external force. So if this is too loose, the nose cone is not sliding out of the rocket. What's happening is the rocket is pulling away from the nose cone. Now, of course, that nose cone now immediately goes unstable because it's aerodynamically unstable. Now, suddenly, that nose cone produces a whole lot of drag, and you get, and the rocket goes completely unstable, and the shock cord rips down the length of the rocket. And it proceeds to re-kit itself in midair. Okay, that's called drag separation. So the range safety check officer is supposed to check for that kind of thing, especially for new modelers, who might not be aware of that kind of thing. You got a kid who comes up with his first rocket. You're going to check that. Is the nose cone too loose? If it's too loose, well, it's an easy fix. You tell the guy, okay, put a little bit of tape. Put a little bit of tape around the shoulder to increase the amount of friction between the nose cone and the tube so it doesn't separate. Now, you also have the opposite problem if the nose cone's too tight. If you're like, and you can't get that nose cone off, well, guess what's going to happen? Well, worst case scenario, that ejection charge is going to fire and your rocket's going to go boom because you just made a pipe bomb. Now, it's just paper, of course, so it's going to burst. But your rocket's now destroyed, and now we have debris coming down in the field. Okay? Or it might just go boom, and then stay together. And now you have a ballistic dart coming in at 150 miles an hour. Okay? All right. Or you eject the motor mount out the back because of too much pressure, and it breaks and ejects out the back and bunks somebody on the head. Okay? So that's what the check and safety officer checks for. He checks for these things. Are the launch lugs attached properly? Yep, they're on there nice and strong. Are the fins attached properly? Yep, they ain't going nowhere. They're good. All right. Is the motor, properly attached to the rocket? Yep, that looks pretty good. Nose cone. Not too loose. Good little friction fit. That's not going to go nowhere. Your parachute all packed? Did you remember? Remind them did you remember to put recovery wadding in there? So your parachute doesn't melt from the ejection charge and then your rocket. Okay, this is what they do. Now people say, well, how do we know this for 3D printing? How is it any different? Is the fin attached? Yep. Doesn't matter whether it's paper, plywood, balsa, or plastic. Is it properly attached? It's the same check. Is the motor retained? It's the same check. Is the nose cone too tight or too loose? It's the same check. There's no difference here. Well, what if there's a Z alignment error in the fin? Well, give it a wiggle. All right. Okay. It's still stronger than your balsa wood fins. You're fine. Okay. This is, well, I was going to say this isn't rocket science, but yeah, this is rocket science. That's what you're supposed to be doing. Rocket science. This isn't hard. You say, well, I've seen people come up with 3D printed motor retainers and reloadable motors. And, it's not all the way because the reloadable motor takes more space. Well, I was like, so what? So what? If a modeler comes up with a model like this because the motor's a little bit bigger, how is that any different than if they used a Aeropack retainer or an Estes retainer? You go and go, oh, wait a minute. That's not screwed on all the way. How many threads are holding that on? Let me check this. Oh, boy, dude, you've only got 2 threads holding this on. I don't know if I can check that in. That doesn't seem like that's going to hold. It doesn't matter if it's 3D printed. Now, of course, the advantage of 3D printing is I can make this longer so that it will fully engage those threads when I put that motor in there. Yay, 3D printing! But if they came up to you with a purchased Estes motor retainer, there we go. There you go. 3D, this is not 3D printed. This is injection molded in China. Notice the similarity here? It's the same goddamn thing. And guess what? You're going to have the same problem. It doesn't matter if it's 3D printed. If this is only holding on by 2 threads, and that is only holding on by 2 threads, they're both going to fail. The fact that this one is 3D printed changes nothing, except that this one might be stronger than that one. And unlike that one, I can modify this one so it goes on all the way. No new 3D printer. So when I see, comments like that, that's what I call blind ignorance. If you would just stop and think about what you're talking about for a second. Ooh, I want the Cobra Max. I want the Cobra Max so bad. Anycubic, if you're listening to this, I will put that all over my videos if you send me a Cobra Max. I can't guarantee I'll approve it. I got to test it to approve it. But you've never made a bad printer yet, so I don't think it's going to be bad. Cobra Max is basically the love child of the Viper and the Chiron. The Viper is amazing. I love my Viper. They basically took a CR6 SE and whooped its ass. So the Cobra Max is basically a Chiron, but with Viper guts. So yeah, I want one bad. People complain about, 3D printed internal parts. Okay, there's only one issue with a rocket that isn't the same as every other issue with a rocket. All right? Oh, the fins are too weak. Wiggle them, just like you would with any other fin. This isn't rocket science here. All right? PLA is 37 pascals of tensile strength. That is stronger than plywood and a whole hell of a lot stronger than the paper and balsa wood fins your typical Estes rocket has. That's just your ignorance. It would have taken you... Tensile strength of PLA.
According to BCN 3D Technologies, PLA's tensile strength is 37 MPa.
37 megapascals.
I'm Groot.
Tensile strength of plywood.
According to Civil Jungle, the tensile strength of plywood is 27.6 to 34.5 MPa. The compressive strength of plywood is 31.0 to 41.4 MPa. The modulus of rupture of plywood is 0.0383 to 0.0689 GPa.
Okay? What did I tell you? I am the smartest motherfucker in the known universe, so long as I have a smartphone with an active data connection. Okay? I don't know anything about 3D printing. How do I know if it's strong enough? I just showed you in 15 seconds. I mean, you can't make this shit up. It's just... Well, I've seen... No, it's so rocket science. It's not hard. Now, don't get me wrong. If somebody comes up to you with a completely 3D printed rocket, where it's all 3D printed, okay, now you're going to want to look at that a little more carefully. Okay? You're going to want to pay a little bit more attention to that. What kind of plastic is it? The only plastic you need to worry about is PLA. If it's made of anything else, it's fine. All right? If it's PLA, well, then you should be asking, okay, well, is this going to survive heat? Now, this part here, I can actually put a motor directly in here if I resize this correctly, and it would be fine. It would handle that heat just fine. There's plenty of dissipative area for the the plastic to dissipate that heat, and it doesn't last long enough for it to actually hurt the plastic. Okay. However, this part of the rocket is an issue, all right? Because when the rocket is done firing, well, how does it get the parachute to come out? How does that work? Okay, you guys might not know this. So a rocket motor for this is going to be what's called black powder. It's a compressed black powder motor. Bigger rockets are going to use ammonium perchlorate. Well, it's both elitism and laziness. 3D printing is new. I've been 3D printing rockets for 10 years. 25% of my entire lifespan. It's not new. You're just ignorant. Okay? It's not new. Now, there are issues, okay? You can't, just like any other construction. If a guy comes up to you with an M1900 powered rocket and he's using unreinforced quarter-inch centering rings, do you have 10 of those centering rings in there? Because that's what I want to see, okay? Half-inch centering rings? Okay, 3 of them. Or, okay, quarter-inch, but you reinforce them with fiberglass? Let me take my screwdriver and give it a poke. Make sure that resin's actually hard. You know, it's the same thing. Exactly. And even thin, you know, every component except for this, except for the motor retainer, every component on this rocket is single wall. 0.4 millimeter single wall. This entire rocket is 0.4 millimeter single wall. And it will fly just fine. But I've accounted for the heat issue. Okay, so a rocket motor has, you know, a nozzle on the, actually, let me see. Are you kidding me? There should be a simple picture. There it is. That'll work. So here is the basic anatomy of a rocket motor. So here's your clay compressed nozzle. This purple section here is your propellant. This here is your coast or delay grain. It's basically just making smoke. Because if you deployed the parachute right after the motor burned out, well, you're moving at maximum speed, and you haven't gained nearly enough altitude. So you have what's called a coast phase, okay? Then you have an ejection charge, which is usually just a bit of black powder. This whole thing is black powder, but in a composite motor, the ejection charge would still be black powder. And then you have a clay retention cap to keep everything in there. You actually want the ejection charge to build up a little bit of pressure so that it comes out with some force and blows the laundry out. We call the stuff inside laundry. You want to make sure you get the laundry out and deploy it. Sometimes you have residual fuel inside the casing of the motor, powder, residual, okay? Well, it's 2,000 degrees inside that motor. That residual is going to burn. Now, that residual fuel has 2 places to go. It can either go out this little tiny nozzle out the back, or it can go out, because remember, the ejection charge is fired now, so this is all open space now. Or it can go out this giant hole out the top. Take a guess which way it's going to go. It's nature, baby. You're going to take the path of least resistance. The vast majority of that burning residual is going to go out the top, not the back. When you light the motor, it goes out the back because it can't go out the top. All of this is in the way. But once all of this is gone, that residual goes out the back. We call it an RC, or Roman candle. So basically, the little motor inside goes with a little bit of fire inside the tube, and it roasts your rocket. It sucks when it happens, but yeah, it roasts it. Well, if that happens on a 3D printed rocket, this is going to melt. Okay? So, you know, because 40°C is the deflection temperature. So you do need to protect the PLA part from that. And I do that. That's why the airframe is paper. And that's why the motor mount tube inside here, you see it's silver colored. Can I get a picture of that? Well, you can't really see it, but this inside of here is a paper tube, and it's this long. Okay, that's so that the plastic never comes into contact with any of that flame and whatnot. The paper tube can handle that. On a rocket like this, that I'm going to have a paper tube inside here. So I stick a paper tube inside of here, which insulates the plastic from the hot of the motor. And that paper tube comes all the way up to here, almost to the nose cone. So that if this rocket Roman candles, the paper tube is absorbing all of that burn and not the rocket itself. Not only that, but this rocket is now serviceable. Because I'm going to glue a centering ring onto the front of that paper tube, slide it in there, and then glue the motor retention onto the back of the tube, one of these. So I can tear that off, remove that paper tube, and all I have to do is 3D print those two little pieces inside there, and I can reassemble the rocket with a new paper tube. I don't even have to put centering rings on there because I have built-in holes running up to attach the centering rings. Not centering rings, the shock cords. Right? So there's things you can do with 3D printing. These fins are a little weak. This is one of the early prototypes. So these fins have a bit of flex to them. But as you can see, they don't break. Okay, they're not breaking. I can almost, and this might break when I do this. Okay, so proviso, this could break. But in theory, I should be able to bend this all the way down to the other fin. All right. Let's see you do that with your Estes rocket. Like nothing happened. Okay. All right. So the strength argument is out the window. Now, you say, well, how is a range safety officer supposed to know that? It's plastic, and you're supposed to have experience flying rockets if you're a range safety officer. Hi. How you doing, baby? Yeah, she hasn't come out and fed you yet, has she? Michelle! He's hungry! The cats! They're out here crying! Look at him! This poor baby! He's saying, feed me, please! Feed me! He's begging! He's such a good boy. Now, I'm not expecting them to say, okay, whatever you want. Okay? If they want to say, okay, we have concerns about 3D printing parts, and the L3CC might interrogate you a little bit about your 3D printed parts. And if they're not satisfied with your answers, they could say no. I'd be fine with that. That's fine. It's my job to show you that this is perfectly adequate for flight. But that's not what they did. They just did a blanket ban. Well, it's just for your certification flight. After that, you can do whatever you want. Oh, wait a minute. So it's not safe enough for a certification flight, but fuck everybody after that. So is this a safety issue or not? Because if it's a safety issue, nobody should be allowed to do it. If it's not a safety issue, then you shouldn't be simply banning it for a certification flight just because. That's like saying, birch plywood is okay, but bass plywood's not okay. Why? I don't know. I just don't like bass plywood. Is it weaker? No. Is it more dangerous? No. I don't know. I just don't like it. I'm not familiar with it. What? What? But that's what they did. No, it's not about the money. These are all volunteers. Okay, that's the first thing. There's no money changing hands here. These are all volunteers. But in a lot of hobbies, I won't say for sure this is the problem. I think it's coming down to simple, non-derogatory ignorance. That's what I think it's coming down to. And, leaning too far on the side of safety in ignorance. Leaning towards safety is always a noble move. One major incident could end this hobby. These are not a danger. Okay? They're just not. It's that simple. They're not. These materials are literally stronger than the materials you're using now. I mean, where's something I can demonstrate this on camera that won't break? can't even show it to you on camera because anything I hit, I'm going to hit hard enough to break it. But, you know, I could smash this against this table all day long, and that ain't going to break. Do that with your Avionics Bay, and let me know if it breaks. I mean, well, the attachment point. Well, it's going to be a 1/2 inch thick with an eyebolt epoxied into it, just like your paper and plywood Avionics Bay. I mean, if a guy comes up to you with a 3D printed Avionics Bay, actually, I think I saw a better picture. Yeah. If a guy comes up to you with a 3D printed Avionics Bay and the shock cord is attached to something like that, you should have a problem with that no matter what materials he's using. That's not a material problem. That's a design problem. Because, I mean, I don't care if that thing was made of metal. I don't want to see that attachment to an Avionics Bay. You need something a little more substantial. You got to spread that load a little bit more. Right? Because typically what's going to happen is you're going to have the rocket's going to separate into at least 2 pieces, possibly 3 pieces. So what'll happen is this half of the rocket and this half of the rocket will separate. All right, that's called drogue deployment or break apart deployment. So the way a high power rocket will typically fly, how do you send a rocket 8,000 feet up with a 60, 70, 80, 90 inch parachute on it and not have it go bye-bye? Okay, you use what's called dual deployment. So what'll happen is the rocket will shoot up and either the nose cone will separate or more commonly, the body will split in half right here. Okay, so you'll have this half and you'll have another half. And those halves are attached by a shock cord. And usually no parachute or a very small, like little 8-inch parachute. What you're doing is you're breaking the stability of the rocket. The rocket will now tumble, free fall straight down. Now, because it's just 2 halves of a rocket part, it's not going to drift very far. It's just going to plummet to the ground, but a lot slower than ballistic. And then inside this half of the rocket, it'll also separate here. So your rocket will separate into 3 pieces. And you will have inside here a parachute with a pyrotechnic charge, a black powder charge. And then inside here, you'll have the avionics. That's your Av Bay or your E Bay, your electronics bay or Avionics Bay. So that will contain your batteries, your ejection charges, your electronics, your altimeters, your flight computers. They'll all be located inside the Avionics Bay. And so what happens is either by ejection charge or by apogee detection on your flight computer, many times we will have no ejection charge in the motor at all. Instead, this section of the rocket will have an ejection charge here and an ejection charge here. This ejection charge has a flight computer attached to it, and when that flight computer either detects aberrant flight, boom, pop the chute, okay, or the rocket reaches apogee and says, okay, there's my maximum point of altitude, boom, this charge fires and the rocket breaks apart. It falls to the ground, high drag, but not lateral high drag, so it doesn't drift. It comes straight down. And then at a prescribed altitude, so for example, a lot of the times 600 feet, I will program this flight computer, and usually I'll have 2, so I'll have redundancy, so if one fails, the other is backup. Some people even have radio control backup. They're actually holding a transmitter in their hand, and if they don't like what they're seeing, they pop that second chute and make it come out, because you don't want your $2,000, 300-pound rocket augering into the ground and destroying itself, okay? And so these 2 halves are plummeting down. Now, because there's no parachute, it doesn't drift. It comes basically straight down with very little drift. And then at the last minute, at a prescribed altitude, say 600 feet or 500 feet, the flight computer says, okay, I've reached 600 feet above ground, because it knows where ground is because that's where it took off from. And it then fires a second charge, which deploys the main laundry. The parachutes come out. Well, you need to make sure your avionics bay is strong. So like this one here, you see I have a very strong built-in loop. You ain't ever breaking that. I don't care what you do to this. If you apply enough force to break this, you've applied enough force to destroy the entire rocket. Okay. Well, that avionics bay is going to be in between these parachutes and this heavy half of the rocket, and it's going to get yanked between two ends. So that avionics bay needs to be relatively robust to be able to handle that. Or the airframe needs to handle that, and the avionics bay is inside the airframe. So yeah, if your avionics bay is attached with something like that, well, as an L3CC, you should have a problem with that no matter what it's made of. It doesn't matter if it's 3D printed. That's wrong. Okay? So, let's see. So here's your a potential avionics bay that you might have for a rocket. That is not what I asked you to do. Let's see. Save image as. Just do as you're told. There you go. Why do you keep going over there? Ah, God damn it. So here is your typical, or one possible typical avionics bay. Okay. So that would be the centerpiece of the rocket that contains your electronics, your computers, and as you can see, it's got attachment points on both ends. Well, you notice how they're handling that here. They have what's called all thread. Okay, that's a long metal rod that is threads along the whole length. So this person has, oh, this is 3D printed. This looks like a 3D printed. Yeah, that sure looks like 3D printing. Yeah, it is. That's 3D printed. What luck. So this modeler recognized that, yeah, that bit of plastic right there probably ain't gonna hold. So he ran two pieces of all thread through the entire length of the av bay. So now the two metal rods are taking all of the force. Now, he could have 3D printed the whole thing, but it would have required something beefier like this, okay? This is also a minimum diameter av bay. That's probably 38 millimeter, 29 millimeter, 38 millimeter. That's pretty small, but like on a 6-inch rocket, it's much easier to make the whole thing out of 3D printing. But on a little, 2-inch, 3-inch rocket like this, where you don't have as much room, well, it made sense. You use the right materials for the job. He used some all thread to handle the actual load forces of that part being yanked so that the 3D printed parts never actually experience those forces. He did it right. And this is not difficult. This is rocket science. But we're rocket scientists! If you showed this to a regular person, I'd say, okay, well, this is rocket science. They're not going to understand. But these are rocket scientists. They're supposed to understand this. It's their job. If you can't do it, don't be an L3CC. I mean, it's like me trying to be, a tire jockey for an F1 race team. I don't have a fucking clue what I'm doing. I got no business being there. Okay? So instead of just getting all pissed off and mad about it, I'm going to do something about it. I'm going to try to educate the Rocketry community and push for a rule change to step back that rule, which I think is complete bullshit. Now, if you can validate that rule with data, okay. That your data says it's not good, it's not good. But we all know that's BS. I mean, there ain't nothing wrong with it. I mean, the only way your rocket's going to experience that much force is if it augers into the ground at 200 miles an hour. I mean, hello. Do that with your Estes rockets. Okay? I can make a 3D print you cannot break with your bare hands. Most model rocket non-reinforced plywood fins I can break with my bare hands. Okay? So, hopefully, I can bring some logic and reason back to the equation. Maybe it'll instigate me to start building a level 3 rocket. What people don't understand is that if I were to build this out of conventional rocket materials, and let's say this was, a 6-inch diameter tube with reinforced plywood fins and a proper 54 millimeter motor mount, that would probably be about $100 worth of material. I could 3D print everything except for the 2 paper tubes for pennies. For literal pennies. And guess what happens if the L3CC looks at your $100 booster and says, "Yeah, you got a problem with that. You gotta rebuild it doing this." Well, you got to spend another $100 and another 20 hours rebuilding the whole thing from scratch. Well, all I have to do is go click, 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 and Tinkercad to make the part beefier, stronger, whatever they told me I needed, and then just click print. And my machine here will generate that part to dimensional perfection every single time. You screw up cutting that centering ring, well, there goes $5 worth of plywood. I screw up the design of my plastic centering ring, oh, there goes a nickel's worth of plastic and 2 hours of time. I just print another one. And I can print 4 or 5 copies until it's perfect. And then once I get it perfect, I can duplicate that as many times as I want, anytime I want, anywhere I want. I could bring a printer in the back of my car on the field at the launch and print a replacement part right there. And it will be as perfect as the part I printed at home on my workbench. That's what 3D printing allows. This is why I had this one guy say, I only saw one 3D printed rocket that I would say was equal to the structural integrity of conventional materials. This guy built an entire rocket using nylon 65 and clearly knew what he was doing. I was like, dude, you couldn't be further from the truth. He did not bring you a rocket equal to conventional structural materials. He brought you a rocket orders of magnitude superior to conventional rocketry material, because PLA is superior to conventional rocketry materials. Yeah, you like my little cat? Go, kitty, go! That's called Nico Cat, which is kind of a pun because Nico means cat, so it's basically called Cat Cat. Well, the thing is, you want to try to avoid, as Alec said here, you want to try to avoid level 3 rockets failing because, well, people can get hurt. Property can get damaged when level 3 rockets are not treated with respect. Any rocket, really, but especially, the big giant, $1,000, 200-pound rockets. You kind of want to make sure they, the flight stresses on the rocket, like, when you build a rocket like this, it is so overbuilt for the flight stresses it's ever going to see that it's just not an issue. I had one person tell me, I was like, something? He says, I said, one of the problems with all 3D printed rockets is the back tends to be heavier than the front because it's made of plastic instead of paper and cardboard. He's like, yeah, well, how am I supposed to know that? I was like, you're the fucking range safety officer. This is not a construction issue. This is a mass issue. What it is you've gotten lazy. You've gotten used to judging rockets by their size. Okay? But anybody can pick up that rocket and go, hey, that's a little heavier than normal. Maybe the B42 you got in here is not the right motor. Maybe stick a C53 in here or a C63 in here, because that rocket's quite a bit normal than the typical rocket this size. Right? That's something you're supposed to know. That has nothing to do with 3D printing. You don't need to have one lick of knowledge. That model could have an automotive paint finish on it so that you would never know it's 3D printed. And you should be able to go, hey, that's a little heavier than it should be. Why do you think this rocket is longer? To compensate for the fact that it has more mass back here. Why do you think that Estes rockets that are built the exact same way, that have a plastic fin can unit in the back, why do you think they're all 18 inches long or 15 inches long? Because you either need to put weight in the nose to make up for this weight, or you need to move the center of pressure back by making the rocket longer. That's why all of Estes' E2X rockets are long. That's why none of them are short, because the back is heavier. As a rocket nerd, as a rocket scientist, you should know this. What it's made of is not relevant. You should pick up that rocket and go, what motor's in here? A83. Yeah, that's this would actually probably fly on an A83. But I'm talking about like if somebody came up with this is an ultra lightweight 3D print rocket, but if you were to download one of the rockets that you can get on Thingiverse that are just a solid 3D print, and the person didn't use any infill, it's just all one big solid plastic print, anybody with a working rocket scientist brain is going to pick that rocket up, even having zero idea it's even 3D printed. Hide the fact that it's 3D printed. And they should go, oh, yeah, that's a little heavy. Yeah, let's put that on the scale. What's the max takeoff weight for an A83? Yeah, that's not going to work, buddy. It doesn't matter whether it's made of phenolic, plywood, cardboard, or plastic. No matter what, the issue is mass. You, as a safety check-in officer, should be able to go, yeah, that's a little heavy. Let's weigh that. And then you grab that pack of motors and you look at the recommended liftoff weight for an A83 and go, yeah, that's a little heavier than an A83 should fly with. Or you're a little close here and it's windy, because wind shifts center of pressure forward. So a rocket that would be stable in 0 wind might not be stable in 10-mile-an-hour wind. Okay, so you're going to want an extra margin of safety. Where's the CP on that? Okay, our CP is right there. Yeah, okay, rocket that long, that CP is probably okay. But if that CP is back here, if that CP, if that CP ends up being like back here or something like that, I'd be like, would you let a paper rocket fly if the CP was back here? Okay, then what does 3D printing have to do with anything? Nothing. It's the 3D printing isn't the problem. The design is the problem. And that applies whether it's made of paper or whether it's made of plastic. Right? If somebody takes, an Estes E2X and they shorten the rocket to be this tall, yeah, as RSO, I'm not letting that fly. Show me the CP on that, baby. Okay? You want to fly that? Show me where the CP is. I want to see at least 1.5 calibers of stability on that thing. Because, you got a heavy ass end with a heavy motor and a short rocket. Yeah, you're going to have to show me a little more before I let that fly. All right? That applies whether it's paper or plastic. And this blanket ban, nope, we're just not going to allow 3D printed parts, is a bunch of hogwash. It's not backed up by anything. It's not supported by any kind of data. In fact, as you saw in 15 seconds, as the smartest human being in the entire universe, I know, but there's logic and reason for a lot of those limitations for your certification flight. There's rationale behind them. There's data to support those restrictions. There is zero rationale and zero data to support this restriction. I just showed you. All right. This is printed on a $99 printer with $12 a kilogram PLA. I can keep this thing all day on this table and it's not gonna break. This is stronger than standard rocket construction. And this will not melt under a rocket motor, and this will not melt in the hot sun. Okay? It's got too much structure. It's too heavy duty. Thin stuff like this melts. Stuff like this doesn't melt. And if the L3 committee has a question about the integrity of a part, ask the modeler to back it up. It's not the L3 committee's job to validate the model. It's the modeler's job to validate to the committee that the rocket is viable. So demand that. Tell the model, say, hey, if you have a reasonable concern, not just, I'm ignorant of 3D printing, so I don't believe that's going to work. All right? Okay, your centering ring is hollow and it's 10 millimeters thick. I question whether the plastic can hold the load you're going to place under it. Okay, so how many pounds do you want? Would 3 times the motor thrust be enough? Would 5 times the motor thrust be enough? The rocket motor is going to apply, 50 pounds of thrust. Okay, so I'll show you that centering ring holding 150 pounds. That's 300% of its operating load. Would that be sufficient? And then I would do that, and the L3 committee should go, okay, you validated that part can hold the loads it's going to experience under flight plus 300%. I would call that valid. But that's not what they did. They just said, nope. How many fins do you have that you can do this? Didn't break. And it's stiff. It's not going to flutter. Okay? What I'm asking for is for the NAR to do what it usually does a pretty good job at. Be rational, reasonable, and be a rocket scientist. There are many of us who would like to have that prestige of being L3 certified, but we're probably only going to build one model in our lifetime, and I don't want to build your stupid little kit. What the fuck's the point if I'm not the one designing and building it? Well, just use conventional materials. I don't have conventional materials. And I shouldn't have to spend $500 buying the tools and materials to use conventional materials when there's absolutely nothing wrong with these materials that I already have the tools for. Again, that's like saying, bass plywood? Nope. Birch plywood? Yep. Why? Just because I'm not familiar with bass plywood. Is it stronger? I don't know. Is it weaker? I don't know. I'm not familiar with it, so banned. This shouldn't even be up for negotiation. This should be obvious. If they have legitimate concerns, then raise those concerns. Don't just go, nope, no plastic. Even though it's stronger than what you're using. You have a smartphone, right, Ron James? So press your Siri or Google button and say, what's the tensile strength of PLA? It's going to tell you. It's 37 megapascals. Okay, and then say, what's the tensile strength of plywood? It's going to tell you it's 27 to 34 megapascals. It's literally stronger than the plywood you're building your rockets from. No, well, the modeler could make it wrong. Well, they can make the plywood wrong too. I thought EEE did allow 3D printed structural parts. It's asinine. It's not based in rational logic. It's not based in math. It's not based in data. It's based in, I'm unfamiliar with it and I don't trust it, so nope. Ask the person to fly it as an L2 first. That's what I'm going to do. You think I'm going to fly an untested rocket for an L3 over my dead body? If you think I'm going to put $100 or $200 into a rocket and not make sure it's going to work, you're crazy. I'm going to fly that thing on an L motor first. Yeah, but the certification flight might be the only flight. Those motors are $500 a pop. How many $500 motors do you think I can afford? In my lifetime, I might be able to afford 1 or 2. That means I'm going to be building one model. And you're telling me, nope, sorry, you can't be L3 certified because you're poor and you can't afford to go buy a wood shop and use conventional materials. Or you're not allowed to design your own rocket. Go buy a kit. I mean, again, if there was rational logic and reason and data behind it, I'd be okay. But it's not. It's a knee jerk. I don't understand it, so I'm banning it. I guess actually that's kind of how NAR used to be. I mean, NAR was very what do you call it? They had a lot of animosity toward high power in the beginning. Like it was straight up banned. Like I don't know if this is true, but I heard they've even ejected people from the NAR for flying high power motors in the early days. You know, they were very, very against high power. It was a knee-jerk reaction that was not rational. And I expect rational from rocket scientists. That's all. I have 25 years experience building rockets. I have 10 years experience building 3D printed rocket components. You know, if I can ever afford to fly a level 3 rocket, and assuming at the time the NAR will permit me to fly a level 3 rocket. Well, you just said I can't design my own rocket. You just said I can't use 3D printed structural parts. Do you know how many 3D printed structural parts I will have in an L3 rocket I design? All of them. Every single part of the rocket will be 3D printed except for the airframe. Centering rings, 3D printed. Motor retention, 3D printed. Fins, 3D printed. Nose cone, 3D printed. Avionics Bay, 3D printed. Airframe interconnects, 3D printed. Rail slides, 3D printed. They'll all be 3D printed. Why? Because I'm an expert at 3D printing. It's what I use. Just like you might be an expert with a CNC, or you might be an expert with a lathe, or you might be an expert with a table saw and a bandsaw. I'm an expert with 3D printing. So I'm going to use the materials that I'm an expert with. The materials that I know how to use. The materials that I know will work. Okay? I mean, would I use PLA on a level 3 rocket? Yes. Would I use PLA for the centering rings? Depends on the motor. If it's under 5-second burn, yeah, in a heartbeat. If it's over 5-second burn, I'm going to go to nylon. All right? ABS and PETG can handle the temperature, but they're structurally weaker. So I'd prefer nylon. Polycarbonate might work, but 3D printed polycarbonate can be brittle if you don't know how to print it properly. Nylon is much safer and much more reliable, and it's cheaper. Nylon's like the cat's meow. Yeah, the nylon centering rings I 3D print will be the last component on the rocket to fail. Short of maybe the motor casing. The motor casing might be able to outlast the nylon centering rings, but maybe not. Okay. Nose cone? That's going to be PLA. Okay. Or actually, nose cone, probably do ABS. No, it's not. No, okay, keep in mind, there's no money in this. The NAR and the EEE are all volunteers. They are not being paid. These are not bad people. They don't have bad agendas. You know, these are just people who are volunteering their time to do this. So don't think of them like that. That's not the issue. This is closer to, I don't like this word because it probably doesn't apply, but this is closer to elitism or knee-jerk ignorance. And when I say ignorance, I'm not talking about the derogatory, willful ignorance. I'm talking about simple lack of knowledge. The problem is, most of the lack of knowledge that they think exists is irrelevant. The same rules of physics and geometry apply to a 3D printed part as it does a plywood part or a paper part or a machined aluminum part. The same rules apply, the same physics apply, the same structural engineering applies. For 99.9% of the issues they're talking about, no 3D printing knowledge is required. Simple rocketry knowledge is all that's required. That rocket's a bit heavy. That centering ring looks a little thin. Have you tested how much it can hold? Do you know how much your plywood centering ring can hold? No, but history has taught us it's strong enough. So while we don't know how strong the plywood centering ring is, we do know it is sufficient. So how about I show that the 3D printed centering ring is at least as adequate as the plywood centering ring? Well, then the same physics applies. If it's as strong as the plywood centering ring and the plywood centering ring is acceptable, then so should the 3D printed centering ring. I mean, plywood doesn't get automatic pass. If a guy comes up to you with a 150-pound level 3 rocket that has 2 quarter-inch plywood unreinforced centering rings, are you going to approve that as an L3CC? I don't know anything about level 3 flying, and I wouldn't approve that. Okay? I don't want a kit. A kit means someone else is certifying level 3. I want to certify level 3. That means it has to be my aircraft. It has to be my vessel, not someone else's vessel. Anybody can buy a kit and glue it together. I'm not going to blow $500 on a motor to fly someone else's kit. If I'm going to spend $500 on a single flight, you bet your ass that everything in that is going to be as close as possible to made by me. I might even get an altimeter kit and solder it together just to say, I built that. Plus it'll be cheaper. That's getting pedantic, but you see my point, okay? The point is, why should I have to go and spend $100 on a nose cone when I can make a nose cone superior to the $100 nose cone for $10 on my $100 printer? Why should I be made to do that? Why should that be a requirement? Telling the guy, okay, your paper nose cone is probably not going to hold up to the 400 miles per hour your 100-pound rocket's about to achieve. Maybe you want to build it out of something stronger. Well, my 3D printed nose cone is superior to your purchased nose cone in every way. It's probably going to be lighter, although I'll probably overbuild it because I tend to overbuild. Okay, not for flight stresses, but because I tend to sit on rockets and drop them and crush them. More rockets get destroyed inside your car than they do on the flight field. So if a rocket's strong enough to survive you, it's probably strong enough to survive the flight. But my nose cone is going to be cheaper. I could make it lighter, but I'll probably make it heavier just to make it stronger. And I don't have to ship it. I don't have to buy it. I can literally design it, print it. I'll use some cheap PLA to print the prototype. Okay. I can test it. I can put an ejection charge behind it, put an intentionally short shot cord on the end of it, and just beat the piss out of it. And I won't care because it'll cost me $3 in plastic and 50 cents worth of coax. All right. And I will have confirmed, oh, yeah, that's plenty strong enough. Okay. Without being heavier, mind you, or only slightly heavier, because like I said, I tend to overbuild. And then I print it out of ABS. L3CC says, okay, we would like to see those centering rings be 20 millimeters instead of 15 millimeters. No problem. I walk into the software, I rescale it to 15 millimeters thick. I send it to my 3D printer that I already have using my $3 a kilogram plastic that I already have, and I print another centering ring in 2 hours, and I reassemble the model. It's not hard. But if you were to build a conventional model, well, now you gotta build a whole new one, and you gotta buy all those materials all over again. Or you have to spend $500 flying a kit someone else designed. I mean, isn't the whole point of certification to show that you have the skill and knowledge? Anybody can buy a kit and follow instructions. Anybody can do that. There's no achievement there as far as I'm concerned. There's no achievement there. I mean, you already know I can fly model rockets. You already know I can fly level 1 rockets. You already know I can fly level 2 rockets. There's almost no difference between a level 2 rocket and a certification level 3 rocket. I mean, who's going to go gung-ho with an extreme high-performance model for their level 3 certification flight? Would the TAPS or L3CC even allow you to? No. They're going to want you to fly dumb, slow, and reliable. They want you to learn without splattering a 200-pound rocket all over the field and potentially hurting somebody. Okay? They're going to want KISS. Keep it simple, stupid. All right? So it's not even like these materials are going to be experiencing extraordinary forces. I mean, let's see. What would it be? Let's see. Where would they be? That's Tark. Would that be it? No, that's rocket engine sizes. Not what we want. Probably be at Aerotech site, wouldn't it? There we go. That's not Aerotech. Must be a Aerotech Quest. Here we go. Let's see. Optimus high power. What, 54 millimeter? Okay, that's only level 2, so we're bumping it up to 75 millimeter. Come on. I hate these menus and you have to keep going through them over and over again. It's like, come on, just give me what I want. Here we go. Let's see. That's a K. M650. That sounds reasonable. $430. So burn time 9 seconds. So temperature thermals are going to be important. You don't want plastic parts coming into contact with that motor because 9 seconds might be long enough to soften those parts. So definitely going to want to use nylon for your centering rings. Let's see, 7 pounds of propellant. And peak thrust, 332 pounds of thrust. So what would be considered adequate? What would an adequate safety margin be for 332 pounds of peak thrust? Because remember, you could have a motor issue. If you have a void in the motor, you might have a sudden increase in thrust. Right? How much? 200%? 300%? You know, what's the metric here? What would be considered an acceptable safety margin? My guess is 300% would be an acceptable safety margin. So I take the number of centering rings I'm going to use, divided by that number. So for example, if I'm going to use, say, 3 centering rings, well, then I want to make sure one centering ring can hold, say, 400 pounds. Right? So if one centering ring can hold 400 pounds, it only has to hold that for, 0.2 seconds. And then it's already down to 250 pounds of thrust. At 4 seconds, we're already down to 150 pounds of thrust. Okay, that's a pretty decent thrust profile. I wish it was a little flatter. I'd like a longer burn, like that motor, but over like 12 seconds would be pretty cool. But for a certification flight, you're not going to need a long burn motor. But so if I use 3 centering rings and each one holds 400 pounds of thrust, that sounds pretty good to me. Is permanently bad. Good luck with that. Oh man. But so I mean, is that a typical certification load? But that's my point, Alec. It's not even risk. The materials are literally superior to what they're using now. It's not a matter of, well, these don't compare to standard construction materials. No, they're stronger. They're actually superior to your standard construction materials. They are, they are objectively superior. If you screw up making a part yourself, what are you going to do? Are you going to throw away that entire construct and remake it? Fuck no. You're going to patch it. You know, if I screw up a 3D printed part, screw that. I'll just print another one until it's perfect. Because it costs me nothing. The cost is so low. I mean, you know, this is, what, 200 grams, 250 grams of plastic? So if I get a $12 roll of filament, that's $3. It's $3. Okay? It's $3 for that much plastic. Now, like I said, a nose cone will probably cost $10. You know, maybe $12. Like, if you, depending on how big you make the rocket, I would probably be flying like a 10 or 12 inch airframe, just because I don't want the rocket going high. I basically want the chute coming out after about 12 seconds. I want it basically reaching apogee near burnout. I want a very low, slow flight, because if I'm going to spend $500 on a rocket motor, you bet your ass I'm going to milk every moment of enjoyment I can get out of that motor. And if you think I want a poop and scoop, you got another thing coming to you. I could just stick an E30 in this and watch that happen all fucking day. No. If I'm flying a 500, or in this case, $431 motor plus the casing, you got to buy the hardware too. So that's probably a $600 motor right there. You know, $600-700. All right. So if I'm going to spend $600-700 just on the propellant for one flight, you bet your ass I'm going to enjoy that flight. So I'm going to fly the maximum drag airframe that I can safely fly on that motor. Which means my parts do need to be strong, because I'll be hitting max Q right off the pad. So, because maximum drag, that means maximum dynamic load on the body. So I will have to make sure those parts can handle those loads. And, you know, I just don't like the knee-jerk, just ban it because I don't understand it attitude. Okay, if there was logic and reason behind it, I could understand that. People say, well, the modeler can just, I mean, look at this. This is not an attack on you, TRT Nordland. I'm just using your comment as an example. You say, well, the modeler could just download a part and print it without knowing what they're doing. Well, the modeler could just buy a goddamn kit and build it without knowing what they're doing too. And that's even more dangerous, because it's a kit. So you're going to have a bias toward trusting the kit. Right? But when someone comes up to you with novel construction, you're going to pay more attention. So the kit's actually more dangerous in the hands of a modeler who doesn't know what they're doing and just buys a kit. In fact, he just found the part, downloaded it, and 3D printed it. How many level 3 parts have you found on Thingiverse? How many level 2 parts have you found on Thingiverse? I haven't found any yet. What? People are downloading, 200-pound level 3 rockets off Thingiverse? Really? It's like even the excuses they come with don't pass the sniff test. As soon as you go, oh, yeah, that doesn't smell right. Yeah, it fails the sniff test instantly. The moment you stop to think about it, you realize, are you kidding me? This motor, it's a 75 millimeter diameter motor that weighs over 7 pounds. Most of my rockets don't weigh 7 pounds. And just the propellant loaded weight into the motor, 11.3 pounds. I think that's almost as heavy as my entire L2 rocket. I mean, this is not, hey, let me fly my L3. That's not how this works. Somebody comes up to you with a 3 mil cardboard tube with an 11-pound M650 in it. I think someone on that field's going to have some questions. I think someone's going to go, wow, buddy, what's that weigh? Have you flown that thing before? Yeah, not on this field. I mean, come on. We're supposed to be nerds here. We're supposed to be rocket scientists here. Okay? Let's use science, not knee jerk. I don't like it. I wonder what happened to the first guy who came up with carbon fiber reinforced fins. Did they just say, "Ah, no, we don't know anything about carbon fiber"? Well, that guy's been building airplanes out of carbon fiber for 10 years. I think he knows what he's doing. You know, I don't like the knee jerk, the ban, the knee jerk without thought, without reason ban. And by the way, when I was smashing this, it's not even a solid piece. It's two threaded pieces. Oh, and it's hollow too. There's no infill. But it was printed with a 1.4 millimeter nozzle, so I could literally bludgeon you to death with this, and it wouldn't even have a scratch on it. I mean, if I have to put 10 3D printed centering rings along the length of that motor tube, who cares? They're going to cost me about 25 cents each to print. Let's say I use a 10-inch airframe. Okay, now they're going to cost about $2 each to print. You know, $1.50 to $2, depending on what plastic I use. So what? So I spent 20 bucks on centering rings. Oh, that's right. I spent nothing. I already have plastic. Like, come on, use your head. That's all. That's all I'm asking for. So I'm gonna start building some testing models, some prototypes. I mean, I can't build a full-on level 3 rocket. I don't have that kind of money. But I can start, printing centering rings and testing them to failure. I can start printing nose cones and testing them to points of failure. I can do things like that. I could use my multi-surface vase mode printing of the 1.2 millimeter nozzle to print a nose cone that'll probably weigh about what your purchase nose cone will weigh and be twice as strong. And the cool thing is I can design it to spec. You have to make your entire nose cone or buy your entire nose cone and then see if it fits. I don't. I could literally print the bottom 1 inch of the nose cone, see if it fits inside the tube. Oh, it didn't fit. Okay, scale it. And now I'm wasting 20 cents of plastic as I print until I get it to fit right. And then once it fits right, then I print the whole nose cone. That's what 3D printing lets you do. 3D printing lets me use my mind instead of my wallet. 3D printing lets me use my mind instead of an expensive workshop that I don't have. All right, I'm not rich. I make $600-700 a month tops, and that's what supports both of us. All right, and it's not enough. I'm still carrying $40,000 in debt from my dad. Well, about 30,000 in debt, about 10 from me. And I only got 10 months to figure out how I'm going to increase my income to pay that off. So I need to get my ass moving and get this channel making more money so that I can pay off that debt. If I had no debt, I could survive on this income. But with debt, I can't survive on this income. And, I can't even go and get a regular job. Because unless I could find a job where I'm sitting down, I can't be on my feet for 8 hours. My body won't last 20 minutes. So I got to get in shape too. It's just that's on me. That's on me to figure out. I gotta solve that. So part of that, I gotta lose weight because there's only so much you can do to get in shape when you're 400 pounds. No matter how in shape you are, you're still overloading your structural components. Like, I just flicked it over my shoulder. Yeah, for real. The man who created the wheel's crazy, right? I want to see logic and reason. That's all. I just want to see some logic and reason enter the equation. So I'm gonna start a series of videos and live streams. We're gonna start focusing on 3D printed high power rocket components. And a Walmart greeter has to stand for 8 hours. I can't do that. I mean, I went to a property to take pictures. It was raining, so I canceled because the roads out there are not maintained and they get rutted out and muddy, and my car will get stuck, and I can't afford to use the pickup truck because that thing gets 12 miles to the gallon. Now that's interesting. If it's a seated position, I could do that. But yeah, but I also don't want to take a job away from an elderly person where that might be the only job they get. We live in a society where retirement is a figment of a history. Retirements don't exist anymore. The number of jobs where you can get a pension has shrunken to almost zero. There's no more, working for 30 years at the factory and you retire on a pension. That doesn't exist anymore. So a lot of our elderly have to work to survive. Their social, they have now redesigned, they've reimagined Social Security. Instead of you paying tax, remember, Social Security is not an entitlement. You are entitled to it because you paid for it. You paid Social Security tax your entire life, and now they've reimagined Social Security as only supposed to cover 40% of your retirement. Well, no, if it's a seated job, I can do it. But I also have to think about my community. This is a retirement community. There's a lot of retired elderly in this community. And novelty bottle openers. So I do have to account for, am I going to be displacing somebody who cannot get a job anywhere else? That's a valid concern, Lightspeed. Maybe it's not a concern to you, but it's a concern to me. And, I've got 10 months, which means I've got 10 months to lose some weight and get into shape. I was able to draw money from 2 of my lines of credit, and I paid off 1 card and put that rest of that money, I drew out twice what I needed, put that money into the account, and it's automatic payments. So I have enough in there to cover 10 months worth of payments on those debt notes. I was thinking about that. You see the guy in Texas who 3D printed those guns? He got $150 each. Wow. Let's see, Lightspeed. We're gonna deal with this right now. Excuse. There are 2 words. You can use it as a verb, or you can use it as a noun. So as a noun, it means a reason or explanation put forward to defend or justify a fault or offense. Now, the way you're trying to use the word is attempt to lessen the blame attaching to a fault or offense. Seek to defend or justify. Okay? So an excuse is literally a reason for. I love the one time where I didn't do my homework. I fell asleep. My fault. And the teacher asked me, why didn't you do your homework? And I was like, I fell asleep. I screwed up. And she's like, I don't want to hear excuses. And I swear to God, I literally looked my teacher right in the face and said, then why the fuck did you ask me for one? She got super mad and then stopped for a second. I was like, you just literally said, why didn't I turn in the homework? And I told you why. Like, you literally asked me for an excuse. If you don't want an excuse, don't ask for it. Now, what Lightspeed actually means is he means I'm trying to deflect blame. I'm trying to make pretend that, I can't do that because of. All right, and that's his troll nature coming through. Okay. Like I said, I've got 10 months. Okay. I can continue to survive on this income at the current level for 10 months. So I have 10 months to get into shape. I have 10 months to lose some weight. If I could lose even 50 pounds, that would actually make a pretty big difference. You know, because the problem is not legs and feet. The problem is lower back. That's why I have to sit down. Because only when I sit down can I release the tension in those muscles in the lower back. And that's what's hurting. I mean, it got to the point where I got to the photo shoot. I realized I can't make it up that road. You know, there's no way the car would get stuck and I would have to call somebody to tow me out. So I was like, okay, I can't make that. I looked at GPS. It said the property was 0.3 miles away. I was like, I'll just walk up there and take pictures. Okay. You know, I'm wearing Crocs. So worst that can happen is I end up barefoot and have to pull my Crocs out of the mud, right? No big deal. Yeah. 0.3 miles is about my limit. I almost didn't make it back to the car. I mean, it was to the point where I was huffing and puffing like I was going to die. And I was walking 10 steps, stopping, catching my breath, 10 steps, stopping, catching my breath. And not that'll help you in that situation. Maybe your RC car. I thought I was going to die before I got back to the car. Not literally, figuratively speaking. I thought I was going to die before I got back to the car. And then what was crazy was once I sat down in the car, I was literally fine 3 minutes later. The heavy breathing was gone in 30 or 40 seconds, and the tension in the back was relieved after about 3 or 4 minutes. Now, obviously, I wouldn't be able to just get up and start walking again because the tension would come back immediately. But I thought it was going to be feet and legs. It's not. It's the lower part of your spine, right above your butt crack. And it's I don't know how to describe it. It wasn't. Oh, it was raining, so the heat wasn't an issue. It's actually beautiful out. None. If you want a cheap Anycubic printer that is a little bit bigger than that, get the Chiron. You can usually get them for around 330, 350 bucks. But the Chiron has a hot end, but you can replace the hot end. But it's a beast. It's a monster. I have a 1.2 millimeter nozzle on my Chiron, and I beat the shit out of that printer. I am relentless on it, and it just does not stop. The only thing I don't like about it, you can't replace the bed. The silicon dioxide bed, the whatever they call that, the black bed with the little hole pattern. You can't replace that. It's permanently attached. So that would make it difficult to put a flex plate on it because you would have to put the flex plate on the glass. You know something? I gotta change shoes. Okay. One of the lower back problems I have is my shoes. I am so heavy, I crush my shoes, and so I don't get the arch support I need, and lack of arch. But my feet weren't hurting. Usually my feet will be hurting, but it's possible my shoes are too thin, and that's translating to my back. So I might. It's about 0.3 miles to the end of my street. I might try putting on put on my Danners, and then just try walking to the end of the street and back and see if I have the same, if the timing is the same. If I have the same back pain. And a walking stick might be enough. You know, a walking stick might be enough for me to take some of that load off the back. And that might be just enough to allow me to go further. Because, you know, walking 0.3 miles isn't going to do shit. Yeah, a body like this, you know, I'm 425, 430 pounds. I mean, do the math on how many calories I burn just walking from here to the bathroom. I probably burn more calories going from here to the bathroom than most people do taking a jog. All right, so I need to exert that much more in order to have any kind of useful impact on my metabolic rate in my body. So, you know, for me, like, you know, 3,500 calories is stoic. That's my break even. I don't gain, I don't lose. So I need to increase my burn rate substantially more than a normal person would have to in order for my body to even notice it. And then, of course, you can call it excuses all you want, but this is reality here. Okay? Just like this little rocket experiences basically no forces against it that's going to hurt it, and that big rocket experiences a ton of forces, the same thing applies with human bodies. Shoes capable of holding my mass are about $200 a pair. And if I actually wore those shoes on a daily basis, yep. So that's why I'm going to try that. I just thought of that just now, Darren. I'm going to definitely try that. Like, for example, I can't just walk up and down my street. I would burn through $200 pair of shoes every 2 months. That's that. What is that? That's $1,200 in shoes. That's more than I make in 2 months. Where the fuck am I going to get $1,200 for shoes? Okay, I can't do that. That's why we go to the grocery store. All right, we don't buy anything. I do bulk shopping twice a month, 3 times a month. You know, the only time I do small orders is when I'm buying greens, because you can't buy a month worth of greens. Okay, last one. Which auto leveling FDM do you recommend for first printer? Get either a CR6 SD or a Anycubic Viper. The Anycubic Viper is baller. That thing is badass. I don't think anybody who buys a Viper will regret the purchase. It has been rock solid in my experience. The best shoes, I'm gonna look that up. The best shoes Michelle, come on! Even your cat's clawing me now. They're hungry. It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So the best shoes I ever bought. They are by far the most comfortable shoes money can buy, in my personal opinion. And they're about 80 to 120 bucks a pair. New Balance shoes. Oh. They weigh nothing. They don't sweat. And it's like walking on a cloud. You don't even realize you're wearing shoes half the time. They are so comfortable and so light. Do you know how long they last when a 425-pound person wears a pair? About 3 days. I'm not kidding. I destroyed a pair in 3 days. I thought they were defective. I took them back. They gave me a new pair. No questions asked. They gave me a new pair. 3 days later, destroyed them again. So what happens is the bottom of the shoe, the sole of the shoe, has a shape and it has structural integrity. So it gives a certain way when you walk. It's all physics and geometry. I am so heavy, I literally destroy the materials the shoe is made of. You couldn't even tell looking at it. You'd look at it and go, what's wrong with these shoes? But internally, that bottom of the shoe, I destroyed it. I compromised the material. It is simply not designed to hold the kind of mass that I'm sitting on. So shoes that can hold me, I have to buy things like Chippewas. Um, what is that other boot? There's another boot that's really good. Danners. Basically Danners and Chippewas and other shoes of that class quality. You're talking $200 to $300 a pair. And they're wonderful. And they hold my weight. But again, it's like putting snow tires on a truck and then driving it in the summer. The traction is great. The comfort is great. And you're going to shred those tires in a month because they're not designed for that. And none of these shoes are designed for the kind of abuse a person like me puts them through. Well, we could bump up the infill in CAD to help. Now, I did find something that does help with regular shoes. I got this pair of clogs once that came with these cork insoles that had, you know, a thick heel and a deep arch. And those are amazing. They're expensive as hell. A pair of the insoles is like $80, but they hold up. I've never worn a pair out. The problem is they're hard to get. They're very, very hard to get outside of buying the shoes, and I can't find those shoes anymore either. I only ever found one set available, especially because I have size 13 feet. That's like what, 47 European or something like that. They're very, very hard to get. They're difficult to find. But I did manage to find one pair, and I do have one pair. I keep them for my dress shoes. So if I ever go out someplace nice and I have to wear dress shoes, I can wear those insoles in those dress shoes. I even went so far as to take an old pair of Crocs, cut the bottom off, and try to use them as an insole in a pair of shoes. It didn't work too well. What are you talking about? What, do you work with a company that makes shoes? But when I say shoes become expensive the more I walk, that's not an excuse as in I'm looking to shift blame. That's a legitimate financial hardship. That's why we go to grocery stores. Because grocery stores have smooth tiled floors. They're also climate controlled. I was out in the sun doing the thing with the community cleanup. I was in the shade. I had a easy up above me the entire time, and I am peeling. 2 weeks later, I'm still peeling from the sunburn. I was actually getting real-time blisters on my arm with SPF 70. I had little tiny blisters forming, and I would just pop them. Little blisters forming from the reflected sunlight while under a canopy, sitting in a chair at a table in a barbecue. So, indoors is good. For some reason, I can't even get SPF 100 anymore. Walmart hasn't had stock of the SPF 100 in 6 months. So I've been getting the SPF 70, which is not enough to stop me from burning. SPF 100 is enough to stop me from burning, but SPF 70 is not. Good food deals? Not lately. Ibotta has had some good deals. Like I got Pompion Robust Olive Oil, $1.20 off per 24-ounce bottle. So we've been stocking up on olive oil. I mean, you're not really saving any money with the $1.20 rebate. It's about the same price as the generic olive oil, but I get to pay the generic price and get the much better olive oil. I like the robust and bold olive oil that has lots of flavor. I don't like the Evu with like no flavor. I also got big giant boxes of cereal, and big giant bags of cereal for $1 off. So I got a bunch of that. We're stocking up on that. I pretty much stopped stocking up on meat. The price has gotten to the point where it's just not equitable anymore. So thank God I stocked up while I had it. um, the I was thinking about pizza delivery because I know how to do it. It also allows me to meet my neighbors, which is kind of cool. I like that. But the problem is twofold. One, when I'm working inside, that's going to be a problem for my back. Although, just leaning on a counter helps a lot. So that does help a lot. But I bought the Kia Soul to last 10 years. I can't use the electric car for pizza delivery. It would only be good for about 3 runs. And then I would have to stop here at the house and switch cars. What? I never heard of Skip the Dishes. What's that? So the problem is my cost of ownership for the Kia Soul would skyrocket. And it probably won't last 10 years if I'm delivering with it. So that would mean I would need another car that is relatively decent on fuel economy, 30 miles per gallon, that I can, a $2,000 car I can beat up and I don't care if it dies in 3 years. So I don't have to wreck my very nice, 2017 Kia Soul, which I want to last for 10 years. But that's an expense. And then, now I'm buying fuel. So that's a further expense. Wear and tear on a car, further expense. The pay is a lot better here. Delivery drivers make $9 on the road, $12 in the store. Versus Pennsylvania, I was making $4 on the road, $7 in the store. So that's a big difference. They also give $2.50 delivery fee, but the average delivery is 11 miles instead of 6 miles. So that means my mileage costs, not counting insurance. Yes, we have that. It's called Uber Eats. It's called DoorDash. We have services like that. I actually did sign up for DoorDash, and I'm thinking about doing that because DoorDash, it's okay if I only do 2 or 3 deliveries. So what I could do is I could get up in the morning, do 2 or 3 deliveries, maybe 4, depending on how far they are. I can only go about 50 miles with the car. Then park and charge up, and then in the evening do another 2 or 3 deliveries. If I can average 4 per delivery, that's $32 a day. If I do that 4 days a week, that's $140 a week. That's $500 a month, $560 a month. That would be enough. That would be enough to start making payments to pay down those loan debts. So I am actually signed up for that. I haven't tried it yet, but I am thinking about trying that. We'll see how it is. Apparently, Edgewood is a very busy place for DoorDash. I constantly get notices on my phone saying Edgewood is very busy right now. Extra $2, fee. So it is feasible. I could average $4 per delivery. I won't make any money. I'll be trading the future of my car for less the cash that it's worth now, but that's okay if it lets me pay down the debt. And I won't be spending any gasoline, so I can live with that. Come on, Michelle. So I can work with that. I can make that work. I can't do Uber. Uber is not profitable. I don't care what you think, what you say. You can't make money doing Uber. Unless you live in an area with high surge. If you live in a major metropolitan area and you spend a ridiculous number of hours doing it, you could maybe, make something doing Uber. But even then, you're trading the future of your car for money now. Eventually, that bill will come due. And you better hope you're in a financial position to pay it. The airport runs don't work yet. Okay, so here's the problem with Uber. I did not know this was the case with Uber because I have never done Uber. I don't know how anybody can do Uber. I would never work under these conditions. When you accept a ride from Uber, they do not tell you the destination, and they do not tell you how much the fare is. Like, wait a minute. I have to expend my money driving my car to transport somebody, and I am not allowed to know where they're going or how much I'm going to make unless I accept it in advance? Fuck you. How can you have people bitching and moaning that Uber drivers will accept their run and then cancel it 2 minutes later? Well, no shit. They have to accept your run and then find out you want to go to bumfuck nowhere and they're only going to make $12. Of course they're going to cancel it. Oh my God. Wow. That would be like you going to work for a company. How much is the pay? We can't tell you. How many hours am I going to work? We can't tell you. What city am I going to work in? We can't tell you. You have to accept the job first. Are you nuts? Who would accept that? And yet, That's how Uber works now. You have no idea where you'll be going, and you have no idea how much you'll be making. The only thing they tell you is how far away the fare is, but they don't tell you where the fare wants to go. I have a car that can go 45 miles. They will ban you from the service if you keep canceling fares. But if a fare comes up that says I have to drive 65 miles, I have to cancel it. The car can only go 50 miles. Oh my God. I just... You know what it is that services like Uber should be illegal. They should not exist. They shouldn't be allowed to exist. People say, well, cabbies cost a lot. I was like, did you ever wonder why they cost a lot? I was like, you're finding out now. Uber works by ripping off the drivers. And the customers are okay with it because they're greedy, self-entitled pricks who just want cheaper fares. And they don't care if the drivers have to get fucked for it to happen. I would never drive for Uber. Now limo services, those are pretty valuable. Those are some pretty good money if you live in an area where it works. Like if you live in, Chicago or New York or DC or Portland or something like that, or Houston or Austin, you can make some bank with your own limo service. You can make some serious money. NAR is NAR, National Association of Rocketry. Basically, rockets. Nothing to do with NRA, National Rifle Association. Completely separate, no relationship. Just similar letters. We have grocery pickup but not delivery. Now the question is, grocery delivery. Is that like grocery pickup where I drive to the pickup, they bring the stuff out to the car, and then I drive it to whoever ordered it? Or is it full service, meaning I work for Walmart, I go inside, I collect the groceries like pickup does, and then I deliver it? Because I probably can't physically handle the actual go inside and collect the groceries part. I don't think I have the physical capability of doing that. If it's just drive it to their house and bring the groceries in, that I can do. So if we ever do start delivery here, I can look into that. I'll have to see how that works. But I'm gonna start with DoorDash probably this week. I got the electric car back, so I'm probably gonna try that. I'll try it a couple times, see how I like it. See what the money versus hours versus mileage works out to. See if it makes any sense. If I'm burning through 2 charges a day and only making $10, it's probably not worth it. Because, those 2 charges a day are going to cost me $4 in electricity. So we got to see. No, Leaf is not fixed and they're not going to fix it. Yep. My only chance probably of getting the Leaf fixed is hoping it drops the battery bars before the warranty expires, because then it's an automatic replacement. But because of the way in which the car is failing, it's probably never going to drop another battery bar. Hey, Mad Hatter. So, apparently, we are now finding out that this is actually a not uncommon. It's not a common problem, but it's not an uncommon problem for my generation of batteries to have bad cells. And Nissan has worded the warranty conditions in such a way that they can deny warranty repairing batteries that are warranty repairable. Meaning, they've created walls in place that are almost insurmountable to get a battery repaired that has cell issues. The only chance I might have is to go to the Attorney General and file a complaint, because my car is actually dangerous. So it's not just loss of range. My car has turned itself off at 75 miles an hour on the highway. Kind of. Yeah, it's probably similar. Although the dead pixel thing actually makes sense. If your screen has 3 dead pixels, they shouldn't have to warranty replace that. That's just part of the business. But, if half the screen starts, a quarter of the screen starts going out, that's a problem. I've lost 50% of my car's range, and because it will not drop battery bars, it won't be covered under warranty. Yeah, I bet it's dangerous, especially here in Albuquerque. um, but limo service only works if you work for another company, in which case you're not making that much money. Or he's pissed off, Michelle. You hear him whining? He's yelling at you. He's mad. No, because the only way to make it drop another bar is to leave it out in the hot sun fully charged and do lots of quick charging and drive the car really hard. None of which I can do. It doesn't get super hot here. There is no quick charging here for me to use to try to work the battery harder, and my car lacks sufficient range to drive it hard. I can only go 50 miles, and I can't push the car hard because if I push it hard, it just turns off. It just shuts down, and I have to call AAA to get towed home. I'm actually working on it hasn't done it again since because I avoid it by not pushing the car hard. But I was actually to the point of putting a couple of lead acid batteries in the trunk with an inverter so that I can plug the charger in and charge the car from batteries in the trunk. Because not to charge the car up, I don't have to charge the car, but just charging the car for 5 minutes resets the computer that turns the battery back on. So I don't have to call AAA and get towed. I'm afraid to try to make the car do it again because I'll get stuck wherever I am. I tried doing it on my road here in front of my house so that, worst case scenario, I can just push the car back to the house and plug it in. But the problem is it's a dirt gravel road. So it's really sketchy to hit the throttle that hard on this kind of road. I can feel the car jumping left and right because of the uneven dirt and gravel. Well, the problem is I have to drop 2 bars, and that's even harder because it should be down to 9 bars right now, but it's not. Okay, doing a watertight, and JG, you can ask whatever questions you want. That's fine. Doing a watertight vase is actually pretty easy. You want to do a proper multi-layer extrusion for the bottom, and then you want to over extrude slightly for the rest of the vase print. So, I don't know how to do this in Cura. There should be a way to do this in Cura and to do this in Prusa. In Simplify 3D, what I do is I create a multi-process. I make the bottom of the model 6 layers. And what I do is I split that into 3 processes. So the whole model splits into 4 processes. 2 layers, 2 layers, 2 layers, and then the rest of the model. I tell it to fill the model in whole, repair it, so that even if the bottom is thin, I can still make it 6 layers thick. And what I do is I change the number of perimeters every 2 layers. So the first layer is 3 perimeters, and then the second layer is, 1 perimeter. Not second layer, the second process. Second process is 1 perimeter, and then the third process would be like 5 perimeters. The reason you do that is so that the perimeters overlap with the infill. So the varying number of perimeters will cover up and make watertight that little joint. So if this is your perimeters and this is your wall, you notice there's a little gap there. See that little triangle gap? That's where your water is going to leak. So by varying the number of perimeters, I can cover up the triangle of the previous layers so that water can't leak. And then when I print the vase part, I print it at 1.4, 1.2 to 1.4. You'll have to play with it. But 1.2 to 1.4 extrusion multiplier. So I'm slightly over extruding the vase part. And that ensures that there's no gap in the wall. And that also makes your wall substantially thicker. So the part is much more stout. And once you get used to making those processes, and then over extruding, once you get those extrusion multipliers right, my success ratio is probably 9 out of 10 or better. where the part is watertight. And the way you test it is you blow into it, like literally. You put your mouth over the end of it and go. If it holds air, it holds water. But so yeah. Now the people online said that I might have a chance, only because the car is actually dangerous if I push it. Of course, I know how to not push it and make it not dangerous, but no problem, JJ. If I hammer the throttle or try to climb the mountain at too high a speed and overload the delta, put it this way, I was seeing a 255 millivolt delta between the high and low cells with a battery that was at 60%. That's unheard of. That should never happen. Never, ever, ever happen. My cells are massively imbalanced, and they can't be balanced because the cells are bad. And so the fact that I gotta find the video, I hope I saved it. I hope I didn't delete it so I don't have to make it do it again. But I have video. Oh yeah, the bolt was nice. God, I wish I'd have bought one of those. But I heard the bolt is very small inside, not good for big people. But man, 200 miles. What I would give to have 200 miles. But, I could actually travel with the car with 200 miles. But I'd be okay with a solid 100. A solid 100 miles would meet 99% of my needs. Yeah. If I gotta find the video, I gotta hope I downloaded it and kept it somewhere on my hard drive. But the fact is, I have video of me driving down Interstate 40 and the car turning off. That's actually a safety issue. So if I contact the Attorney General, if I can't get resolution through Nissan, if I contact the AG with that, there's a chance that maybe I could force their hand to have them at least repair the battery. I mean, I would love to have them replace the battery because they don't make 30 kilowatt hour batteries anymore. So if they replace the battery, I'm getting a 40 kilowatt battery, which would give me 150 miles range, which would be fucking baller. But I'd be okay with just repairing the car back to the 100 miles it should go. I mean, it's only got 46,000 miles on it, and I baby the piss out of it. You know, there's just the battery is bad. You know, I get bad luck. It's a rare thing. It happens. Bad luck. But warranty, the Nissan has wiggle room to deny the warranty claim, so they don't have to eat that cost. And well, I'm irrelevant to them, so I have to make myself relevant to them somehow. So we'll see. I don't know. The probability says it'll never be replaced. I'll probably still be driving the car 5 years from now, and I'll probably have like 30 miles range. So it'll be an around town only car. But what are you gonna do? Nothing you can do about it. I don't have a lawyer. I don't have massive income. I can't afford to sue them. You know, and they know it, and that's the problem. They know it. The United States has very weak to non-existent consumer protections for people who don't have money. You know, if you have money, you have options. But if you don't have money, your options are very, very limited. What can you do? But that's enough for DoorDash. You know, 40 miles is enough to do 3 or 4 dashes, depending on how far they are. You know, if the average is 11 miles, then I should be able to do about 4. Do 4 in the morning, plug the car in, then do 4 at night, charge the car overnight, and I could do theoretically 8 or 9 a day. And that means I can make about 30, 32 bucks a day. That's ignoring my costs, of course, but you know, desperate times, desperate measures. But if I do that, you know, 3 times a week, that's $100 a week. That's $400 a month. You know, upwards of $500 a month. So in theory, that could be enough to shift the balance a little bit, because I have have three credit accounts to pay down of about $21,000, and I have an $18,000 EIDL loan to pay down. $39,000, about 40 grand. I had to, in order to sell the house, I had to nullify all of his debts. So I had to pay off his debts using my credit lines. Otherwise I couldn't sell the house. Because the house sold for less than what was owed. So now all of those debts are solidly in my name under my credit accounts. The interest rates are good, under 10%. But still, at $39,000, even 10% interest rate adds up pretty quick. S2D. You mean S3D? Simplify 3D? Yeah, Simplify 3D is still, as far as I'm concerned, a superior slicer. If you want to do some fancy things, you can't do them in Simplify 3D, but I don't want to do fancy things. I just want to print my parts as reliably and consistently as I can. And in my opinion, Simplify 3D is still superior at that. The user interface is superior. Actually, that's the biggest problem with both Prusa and Cura, is the UI suck. And part of what makes Simplify 3D work is the simplify part. It does a lot of the thinking for you in the background. So there really isn't that much settings. Yeah, I wish, DeWitt. I wish. I hope so. And people are going to have to pay for it. Because unless a guardian angel wants to hand them some angel capital, they can't compete with behemoths like Prusa and Ultimaker, who can afford to throw money at open source slicers for free. Even if Simplify 3D comes out with some fancy newfangled thing that's the cat's meow, it'll take Ultimaker and Prusa what? A month or two to copy it and put it in their free slicers? You can't compete against that. There's no way to compete against that. It's like me having a starship in orbit that has unlimited free energy and matter replicators, and you want to compete as a hot dog vendor against me. I can replicate my hot dogs for free. I can just say, computer, give me a gross of hot dogs, please. And it will replicate a gross of hot dogs. And then I can say, computer, beam a gross of hot dogs to each of my hot dog stands. I don't even have to ship them. I can beam them right into the hot dog stands. Right? You, as a person living on Earth, could never compete with that. There is nothing you can do to compete with that. I can sell my hot dogs for 10 cents a hot dog and still make a profit. You can't compete with that. Well, that's the situation Simplify 3D finds themselves in. Their sole source of income is this software. And it's a niche market. There's nothing they can do about it. Hey, Fragger. There's nothing that Simplify 3D can do to compete against Cura, a free program that a for-profit company, Ultimaker, is funding. There's nothing they can do to compete against Slick 3R, Prusa Slicer, that a for-profit company, Prusa, is funding. And they don't care because they don't make their money off the slicer, they make their money off the printers, and the free slicers enhances their printer sales. Simplify 3D can't compete with that. The only way they can compete, the only way they might be able to compete with that is if they were to make a new version every year and you had to pay for that new version every year, and that new version was good enough to keep you coming back. That's not going to happen. It's a fucking slicer. There's a limit to how much they can do. And how much are they going to have to pay those software engineers to come up with that? And how many licenses can they sell? I agree. It's still, as far as I'm concerned, the best. But people are willing to take less than best if it saves them $150. People say, well, that's a lot of money with my $99 printer. I was like, well, software isn't made for $99 printers. The software made by software engineers was made for $8,000 printers, $20,000 printers. All right? You want software for your $100 printer? Well, you get free open source software that sucks. Except now we have for-profit printer companies funding that free software. No shit, Lightspeed. They sat on their ass because they can't make any fucking money. Now, Simplified 3D also had a problem with what do you call it? They had a chip on their shoulder. They definitely had an attitude. There are times where I reported a bug in the software, and they would argue with me that it wasn't a bug. I was like, but the fucking setting itself says it's going to do this, and you're telling me it's not going to do what your own description says it's going to do by design. I was like, that's called a bug. Oh yeah, I got a big chip on my shoulder. Lots of chips. Here, have some. Yes, it is less forgiving. Well, it's more forgiving with some bad meshes and less forgiving with some bad meshes. One of the core problems that I have with Simplified 3D now is there are certain mesh issues that cause problems that are very difficult to work around because there's no way to figure out exactly what is causing the problem. Like, I have a problem where when I do a Vase mode print, you're going to love this. I'll do a Vase mode print. Oh, actually, this right here. Not that one. That's the original one. I was printing out my version of the taco recycler, all Vase mode printed. And when it switched from printing this Vase mode to printing this Vase mode, it would draw a line across the open gap for some reason. Like, it wouldn't finish the vase and then begin the next. It would stop at this random point and then just go straight across where it shouldn't have gone. And I'm like, what the fuck is that? It turns out it has something to do with the start point. I don't know why. I discovered the solution by accident. But all I had to do was change my start point to be somewhere else, and the problem went away. In order for Simplify 3D to get updates, they have to pay engineers to write code. In order to get Cura updated, you had to convince a volunteer to write the code for free. And that's why Cura and Prusa Slicer were always behind Simplify 3D. Because Simplify 3D was selling software for $150 and therefore could afford to pay engineers in New York City to design fixes and algorithms and all that crap. Well, now they can't do that anymore because the market is now saturated. The 3D printers are not going to be an appliance for a very long time. They're going to remain a hobbyist item for a very long time. And well, here's the problem. You say, well, Simplify 3D needs to update. Well, in order to update, they have to pay someone. But they don't have sales to pay someone. You see the catch-22 there? Now that Ultimaker is supporting Cura and Prusa is supporting Slick 3R, well, they can afford to pay someone because they're profiting from printers. Well, Simplify 3D is not a printer company. They're a Simplify 3D software. It went to paying their engineers. That's a continuous problem. It's not like you sold $1 billion worth of software and now you can survive and pay your engineers for the next 10 years. No, you have to continuously pay the engineers, which means you have to continuously sell the software to continuously pay the engineers. Well, Ultimaker and Prusa are continuously selling printers. And as long as they're continuously selling printers, they can afford to throw money at Cura and Slick3R. Simplify 3D doesn't sell anything else. They only sell Simplify 3D. They can't compete. No, they're not. They have egos. They have pride. They're not going to say that. And that's my question is, they're probably making just enough money to pay those 11 employees. And they're probably having a difficulty innovating because they're probably at stoic. They're probably barely surviving. They're barely making enough to pay the bills. Well, of course their software is hacked. I use a hacked version of their software. And you saw my receipt. You know I paid my $150 because DRM is theft. DRM is them stealing my software from me. I paid for it. I'll use it any goddamn way I please. Even I use hacked software. If they weren't so antagonistic toward their customers, you know? So it's not all they can't compete. They can't. I can't see a way for them to compete now. But they certainly took the wrong path with their chip on the shoulder and attacking their customers. Exactly. It's hard to sell a paid-for program, even a superior one, when the free ones are good enough. And both Cura and Prusa Slicer are making very frequent advancements on the slicer. Exactly. So S3D is literally stuck between a rock and a hard place. And I don't see, from a financial businessman's perspective, I don't see a way out. Unless they can figure out how to dramatically lower their costs, I don't see a way out for them. Yeah, exactly. Now that what's the reason Simplify 3D kicked the ass of Cura and Slick3R? Well, because Cura and Slick3R were open source software. That meant it was free. That meant the engineers coding it didn't get paid. They did it because it was a pet project, because it's something they wanted to do. But they're not going to be able to keep up with paid software, where I could pay an engineer and say, I'd like to make this happen. You know, because they have jobs, they have lives. But now that Prusa Slicer and Cura are being funded by printer companies, that was the death knell for Simplify 3D. There's nothing they can do about it. Their entire business model is selling a slicer, and now they can't sell a slicer. I mean, the only chance Simplify 3D might have to survive, this is one path where they might have to survive, if they switch their entire business model over to industrial. So just working with businesses and schools and providing actual support for the slicer. Then they might have a chance, maybe. I don't know if they can make that shift. I don't know if they can step sideways like that, and I don't know if there's enough money in it for them to do that. I'm not sure, because support costs a lot of money. Well, it's not out of kindness, Cuntities. It's out of we benefit because we sell printers. So the better this free slicer works, the more printers we can sell. You see what I mean? So there's a feedback loop between the free slicer being funded and the companies selling printers. You know, when Simplify 3D started to have issues, they both jumped in and started funding these free ones. So now Prusa can have some say. Prusa can optimize it for their Prusa printers. Cura can be optimized for Ultimaker. That's why it's called Ultimaker Cura. Well, at $10, you can't pay New York City engineers. You just can't. You can't get quality engineers with $10 software. You can do that with cell phone games because you make up for it with volume. You're going to sell millions of copies of those games. You're not going to sell millions of copies of slicer software. It's too small a market. It's a restricted market. It's not the unlimited potential market that cell phones are. It's not an impulse buy because it only costs $1.99 or $3.99. You know, when you go and buy an app, some of these apps, you can even make them free because they're so popular. But even the paid for apps, it's an impulse buy when the app only costs $2 or $3. $150 is not an impulse buy. You're going to think about that decision a little bit before you make that purchase, and you're going to have a valid need. Is Simplify 3D superior to Cura Slicer? Yes, without question. Is Simplify 3D superior to Prusa Slicer? Yes, without question. Is it superior enough for me to spend $150 on it? 10 years ago? Yes. Today? I'm not so sure. If I got into 3D printing today and I didn't have years of experience and comfort using Simplify 3D, I might be willing to accept the... Hey, great, I'm the only person saying that. Most people define superiority by what's free. I define superiority by function. I can go into Simplify 3D and in seconds code a profile to do exactly what I want, and I know exactly what's going to come out of that printer with very few exceptions. I call that superior. Extra forms of infill aren't superior to me. You know, features that can do more but are a pain in the ass to use is not superior to me. Open, type, click, and it just fucking does what I told it to do. That is superior to me. And it does it reliably and consistently every time. That's superior. Having gyroid infill is not superior. I don't give a fuck. I use no infill or honeycomb for decoration, or I use grid because it's the strongest. Oh yes, absolutely. Like I said, like I was literally in the process of saying, if I got into 3D printing today, and even if I had someone like me describing how superior Simplified 3D is, I would be very hard pressed to hand over $150 rather than tolerate the slight inferiority in the free slicers. Okay? I already have paint on supports. I click auto supports and I customize it where I want. It's very easy. If I were to just get involved in 3D printing today, I don't know if I could advise anybody to buy Simplify 3D because it's $150. There's not going to be an updated version, very unlikely to be an updated version. You're not going to get much support because if there's support that requires fixing an issue, that requires an update. And Prusa Slicer, especially, not Cura so much. Cura still has some major issues, but Prusa Slicer is 95% as good as Simplify 3D. Meaning that 5% is important to me. But I already paid for the software years ago. If I had to buy it today, I'd probably live with the slightly inferior Prusa Slicer because it's free. Especially considering how often they update it. It's just gonna get better. So that's the biggest problem with Prusa Slicer. It's not the slicer that's a problem. Well, see, Simplified 3D automates a lot of things that you have to do manually in Prusa Slicer. So settings that you have to tweak in Prusa Slicer to equal the kind of quality I get, I don't have to mess with. The slicer just does it. And that's one of the reasons I like it. That's why it's called Simplify 3D. The problem for me, my core problem with Prusa Slicer and Cura is the UI is garbage. They're absolute garbage UI. Idea Maker went the right way, and even Idea Maker can't touch Simplify 3D, but it's a lot better. If I had to use a free third-party slicer, it'd probably be Idea Maker. Idea Maker gives me the closest experience that I have with Simplify 3D. It's not as good, but it's close, and it is good enough. Okay? It's good enough. So, better doesn't always mean that's what you should buy. I mean, a G-Create printer is far better than an Ender 3. Far better. Better enough to be worth $4,000 versus $99? No way. And then the problem with Simplify 3D is If they do manage a V5, I hope they do, because I would love to see improvements to extend the life of Simplify 3D. But if they do, there's not really anything to stop Prusa and Cura from copying whatever they innovate. It won't be as easy to use, but when you're talking $150 or free, a lot of people are going to be willing to do the work and take the free. Okay? And there's actually, the other slicers don't even have anything that I miss. Actually, there is one feature that Slick 3R has that I would like in Simplify 3D, and that's the ability to cut up models on any plane in the slicer. Like, I can actually put cut planes into a model and cut the model into multiple pieces. That's nice. It's a niche feature. It's not a feature you need very often, and it's one of those, okay, every 1 in 1,000 prints needs it. But that's a pretty cool feature. So there are times where I'll bring a model into Slick 3R, cut it up, and then bring it back into Simplify 3D. It is. It's light and day. Once you're used to Simplify 3D, the workflow is so clean. I mean, when I open up Simplify 3D and have to change a setting, I mean, these are all the settings you mess with. And there's probably only like 7 or 8 settings that I ever have to touch very often. Once I've tweaked the settings the way I like it, there's pretty much only 6 or 7 settings that I ever have to dick with. Going from, PLA to ABS, like 3 settings. Going from ABS to carbon fiber nylon, like 3 settings. Very little changes. And also, I can, with consistency and reliability, click on a setting, know exactly what it's going to do, and the printer will consistently and reliably do that. That's something you don't get out of Prusa or Cura. Now, if you're just doing regular prints, it's not a big deal. But when you start doing weird things, weird vase mode prints, and all kinds of strange stuff, you can get unintended interactions between options in Cura and Prusa Slicer with no obvious connection between those options. So it's extremely difficult to track down what the fuck did I change that broke this. I did something, it broke it, I have no idea what I did. While with Simplify 3D, you're mucking with so few settings that it's very easy to go back and figure out what you messed up. And most of the time, you're not going to mess things up because you're going to be pretty reliably understanding what it is you're doing and what it's going to result in. That reliability and consistency is more important to me. I don't want to spend hours dicking with a fucking slicer trying to figure out how to get it to do that one little thing right. I just want to open it, click, 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 send it to the printer. I just want it to do its job. And, well, maybe it's just what I'm doing. Simplify 3D does that very, very reliably, consistently. Now, granted, if I could spend the next 100 hours learning and figuring out Cura and Prusa, I could probably get as competent as I am in Simplify 3D. I don't want to. I have no need to. This does what I need and what I want. But, I don't know. It's just, exactly. If it's not broke, don't fix it. Sure, some of these new features in the slicers are nice, but I don't need them. I might want them. They might be fun to play with, but I don't need them. None of them are mission critical. The supports in Simplify 3D work fine. The multi-process capability in Simplify 3D works fine. In fact, in many ways, is superior. I didn't say it was bad. I just said I have no reason to switch. You see, that's where you troll. You instead of looking at a situation and seeing what it is for what it is, you go and you look at a situation and say, what is the worst light in which I can look at this situation? Okay, I'm going to assume it's that. And that's a failure on your part, Lightspeed. Well, no shit. It's fucking free! Wait a minute. You have a software program that is not going to get updated. It hasn't been updated in years. It'll very likely never see another update. It's locked down with DRM that if you don't know how to hack around, will go away when the company goes away, meaning your software will stop working, and it costs $150. And you wonder why more people use the free one? Did you leave your brain on the side of the toilet this morning, Lightspeed? Did you wake up on the wrong side of the bed and get your panties in a knot? Of course they have more users. It's free and it's being actively updated. Duh. Lick my balls, you little bastard. Bye-bye. Lick my balls. No, the yelling is not necessary, but it's like, come on. It's a duh. You know, let's see. You got the $5 apple pie that tastes amazing, and you got the free apple pie that tastes okay. Well, is it any coincidence that the free garbage apple pie sells better? I mean, who's the most prolific fast food joint on the planet? McDonald's. Who makes the most garbage fast food on the planet? McDonald's. But they're everywhere and they're cheap, relatively speaking. Spammers. The nude-hd.xyz, his name, is the site address. So that's why they spam with basically nothing, with just some icons and stuff, because their name is the address. But it's just spammers. So, you know, let's say Simplify 3D is $150. Simplify 3D hasn't been updated in years. Simplify 3D is probably never going to see another update. Process Slicer and Cura and Idea Maker are free. They're 95% as good, and they're being actively updated and made better on an almost weekly basis at times. No shit, Sherlock. More people are going to use the free one. Ice is cold and fire is hot. Tell me something I don't know. Oh, man. And like I said, if a brand new user came up to me and said, what slicer should I use? I would tell them to get Process Slicer or Idea Maker. I wouldn't tell them to go buy a defunct, not updated $150 software package. That'd be silly. You know, like, as much as I think Process or Simplify 3D is superior and is better, you know, to me, workflow is more important than feature creep. Now, if a killer feature comes out, I hope so. If a killer feature comes out that makes, you know, Process Slicer or Idea Maker or something like that desirable, well, okay. Well, now I'll make the effort because it's a killer feature I want. But none of those slicers has anything that I want. That's worth putting the effort into learning that new workflow. I have almost a decade of experience with my current workflow, and there are no deficiencies in my current workflow, meaning I don't need for anything. The software doesn't lack anything that I need. Gyroid infill. Okay, I'd use it a couple of times because it was new, and then I would never use it again. Cura sucks. I hate Cura. I'm trying not to shit on it. I'm trying not to badmouth it, but I hate Cura. The UI in Cura is so atrocious. It's so garbage that I don't care if it was the fucking cat's meow piss made out of 24 karat gold. I wouldn't use Cura just because the workflow is garbage. And it's inconsistent. Sometimes you have to delete your profiles and reinstall Cura just to get it to stop doing something that no setting you can click on will stop it from doing. It's garbage. Process Slicer is at least relatively consistent and reliable. You know, it doesn't just go crazy sometimes. The workflow's not as good, but it's not horrible either. You know, that's why I like Idea Maker. Much better workflow. Still not as good as Simplify 3D. Everything I want to do in Simplify 3D is right here. With Idea Maker, you got a couple of different places you got to click. It's a little annoying. I wish they would unify their workflow into one box like this. Everything right there in one box. Not have to go to this for those functions and this for those functions and this for those functions. It's all right there. Well, that makes sense because Cura is optimized by Ultimaker for Ultimaker. Just like Prusa Slicer is going to work exceptionally well with Prusa printers, because obviously they're going to optimize the code for their printers. Now, those optimizations also help with other printers, but they're obviously going to have a bigger impact on the printers they were designed for. Yeah, Ultimaker Cura is, I know what you mean. Prusa Slicer gives me better print results. It gives me faster prints. It gives me a better workflow. It gives me higher quality prints. It gives me less headaches. Would I tell a new user to go buy it? Fuck no. It's $150. It's not getting updates. It's never going to get an update. And the other software is almost as good. And if they're going to have to learn a workflow, they might as well learn the workflow of the free software that's going to keep getting updates. But, I don't know. It's just, and then you combine that with the animosity that Simplify 3D has for its own users, like forcing me to unlicense and relicense computers because I have 8 computers in the house. I don't have 8 users. My sister doesn't use Simplify 3D. She probably doesn't even know what Simplify 3D is. Okay? Only I use Simplify 3D. I just have 8 computers. Okay? Why? Well, because I have 2 computers sitting here on my desk. I got 3 laptops sitting here. I got 2 tablets sitting here that I run Simplify 3D on. Why do you have 2 tablets? Because if I'm out in the middle of a goddamn field and my tablet stops working, I don't want my work to stop. So the tablet's only this big. So I have a backup tablet. I pull that out and I start using it if something breaks. That's what you do. Okay? For new users, Prusa Slicer or Idea Maker. That's what I like better. But Cura's fine too. It's a learning curve, but yeah, exactly. So I bought the software. It's my property. We have gotten to the point where software people are using this idea of license. I know, right? Even when you undo it and restore your profile, it's still doing whatever the fuck it's doing. And the only way to fix it is to delete your profiles, uninstall the software, clear the freaking browser cache, the Microsoft hex files, and then reinstall Cura. And then finally it stops doing whatever the hell it decided to start doing. I think that's edit creep. Like in the code somewhere in the back, there's things that are connected that shouldn't be connected and they break. And that happens, like a connection forms, but the UI has no option to break that connection except to restart. So I have a feeling that's just conflicting code from multiple software engineers working on it. It's almost like having an invisible light switch. You can't touch the light switch. You can't access the light switch. But if you press this button, flip this lever, and tweak that knob, that light switch gets flicked. But there's no combination of buttons and knobs to unflick the light switch. And you can't touch the light switch. You see what I mean? I think that's what happens in Cura. So this random occurrence of numbers touches this light switch that's invisible, that gets flipped, and now the printer does something weird. And the only way to fix it, because you can't get the light switch, you don't even know the light switch is there, is to uninstall it and reinstall it. Yeah, actually, Simplify 3D does that a couple times too. That's a mesh issue where the slicer is not properly handling the mesh problem. And that's how I figured out the thing with Simplify 3D. Just by pure coincidence, I rotated the part and the problem went away. And I was like, what the fuck? Why did rotating fix the problem? And then I realized that for whatever reason, even though it's a vase mode print, there's still a start and stop point for each layer. The printer doesn't actually start and stop there, but in the code, that is still a hard start and stop. And if the point where it stops doesn't seamlessly connect to another point, like for example, if my stop point is here, and the closest to the start point is here, because that's closer to the defined start point, it'll stop here and then jump over to here. It was weird. All I did was change that position of that start point and move it closer to the model so it was actually touching a part of the model, problem went away. It's a weird quirk in the code. Yeah, Cura's a nightmare. Can you make it work? Yes. Can it make as good a quality prints as this? Pretty close. And it is free. Yes. Very, very easily. You just open up your profile, get it the way you like it, and then you'll save as new. You give it a name. So here's my profiles. And then I come into here. I wasn't in the tools. I always forget where it's at because I don't do it very often. Or file. Here we go. Import profile, export profile. So I click export profile. I select the profile I want. Like here's my Chiron profile. Click OK. And it asks me where I want to save it. Chiron FFF. And then I can do the same thing the other way around. Import profile. Select the profile I saved and backed up and go from there. Now there is a bug in Simplify 3D that I have not figured a workaround for. It's pretty random, but it breaks profiles. Like you'll export a profile and the profile will be empty. Like it's a broken profile, you cannot export it. You can still use it, but you can't export it. And it has something to do with Delta printers. When I change the configuration to Delta, sometimes, for whatever reason, Simplify 3D will break that profile. It does not work. It won't save changes. I can't export it. If I do have a successful export, I can import that. But any attempt to export the profile in the software doesn't work. It breaks. You get a 0-byte export, so nothing. I still have not figured that out yet. That's a bug in the software somewhere. And I think it has something to do with Delta architecture, because so far it's only happened with Delta profiles, never with a Cartesian profile. I don't know why. But very rare. I very, very rarely have problems with Simplify 3. The workflow is just so clean. I mean, I come into here. Let's see. I don't even use this. All this crap here, PLA profiles, medium, fast. I don't even use any of that. It's so easy to. I don't use this. I wish I could actually delete all this. But I just come into here and I change whatever. I know exactly what I need to change. I change the setting to exactly what I want it to be. Boom, done. I know exactly what it's going to do. I've never, ever used this stuff here. I've never used this stuff here. I've never used any of this crap here. I just don't use it. Exactly. That's the big thing. What you see is what you get. There's no hidden influence between settings. The only time I ever have a problem with Simplify 3D is when I'm trying to do something weird. Like with thin wall behavior, I'm trying to make the slicer do something that technically shouldn't be allowed because I'm taking advantage of a quirk. That it's usually because I'm trying to do something outside of normal. But for normal stuff, it's just reliable and consistent. I do have issues. I do have issues every now and then where Simplify 3D will just do something that makes you go, "What? Why'd you do that?" Like, what the fuck? Why are you doing that? And like there was, what was it? Like Simplify 3D still has an algorithm problem. There's an actual algorithm problem with Simplify 3D where matter of fact, as far as I know, all slicers do this. And nobody has fixed it yet, and it's pissing me off because it should be fixed. Okay. I make a print, and I want to print a circle. I have a square, and I want to print a circle on top of that. It's a non-structural part. I don't need a lot of strength. And the bottom is going to be open because I want it to look pretty. Okay? Or just to save space, whatever. Either which way, point is, I do some light infill. So I do some infill through the model. Well, if any of you guys have experience with 3D printing, you'll know what I'm getting at really quickly here. Okay? Do you see a problem with printing a circle on top of a square? Now, normally you print a circle on top of a square, what do you think of? Well, you think take a square and print a circle on top of it. Okay? That's what I want to print. I want to print a cylinder on top of a cube. I tell it 3 top layers. What does the slicer print? Even if these are not 2 separate objects, even if these are merged together into one single object, what does the slicer print? It does not print a cube and then a circle on top of it. It prints a cube with a hole in the middle and then prints a circle on top of the hole. Let me show you. It's really aggravating because it's such an obvious problem. This is a problem that I expect Simplify 3D to not have, and I expect something like free software to have. Okay. This only take me a second to bring it up. Okay. Let me show you my screen. Oh, that's a new interface. It's been a couple weeks since I went into Tinkercad. Personal accounts. And even though I click stay signed in, it never keeps me signed in. It's one thing Autodesk has never fixed. Come on, come on, come on. Struggling a little bit, are you? Let's just square it up, make it nice, just because I can. Oh, damn it. Okay. Join it. Export. Whoa, look at that. It called it 7ZBPB5D AMCQ.STL instead of calling it Fantabulous Elzing Hango. That's a weird glitch. I've never seen it do that before. Okay, so let's get rid of all this. And let's bring in that file. Okay. Let's make it bigger so this is more obvious. Let's see here. Add a profile. Let's do... Oh, I guess Genius is fine. Let's see. What do I have set up here? 0.96 is good. 0.4 is good. We want 0.24 is fine. We want 3, 3, and 3. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. How much infill did I put in there? Infill. Let's do infill 10%. I probably don't even need 10%. I need 5%. And we want grid. Yes. Okay. Seems okay, right? Any problems? I got a raft, but that's okay. Anybody see a problem yet? Let's expose the problem. What the fuck is that?
What?
Not you. Hang on a second. I gotta go to the bathroom real quick. Anybody see a problem with this yet?
What?
What the fuck is that hole doing there?
Oh.
Michelle, you know I'm not talking to you. What's the hole doing there? It's supposed to be a square. No, it's not correct. Because that's impossible. That's physically impossible. All these goddamn layers are hanging in midair. They don't end on top of anything. You can't print in midair. Simplify 3D says, well, increase your infill. I don't want to increase the infill. The model doesn't require more than 5%. Fix your slicer. It used to be, I could simply tell it to insert a solid layer there. They took that away. This needs to be a solid layer. Not only does it need to be, what the hell is on my leg? Crawling with me. That's not correct for that STL. That you might be able to say that's correct for an STL, but it's not correct for reality. It's not correct for a real object. Because that's physically impossible. You'd have to use like 10 top layers to make that solid, and it would be a weak structure. Because all these edges are going to curl. The only correct way to print this is either 1, make that a solid layer, or 2, you extend. No, STLs are not hollow. The slicer makes them hollow. Yeah, but Cura does the same thing. Prusa Slicer does the same thing. Idea Maker does the same thing. Right? The slicer should be smart enough to realize, hey, that's not going to work. So let me either make this a solid layer, which is what I asked for, or extend these lines to the nearest support line. Because that's what infill is. Infill is support. It's interior support. So extend these lines until they touch that line. So that they don't just fall and curl in midair. Either solution would work. So the only way I could fix this, except for, making this entire giant square like 20% infill, which is a stupid waste of plastic because it doesn't need to be 20% infill. This will bridge perfectly fine. I could use even less than 5%. This is just to show you. So the only way to fix this, so I did 300%, so 60 millimeters. So tools, variable settings, and let's go to 60. 60. No, it's relatively easy in Simplify 3D when you only have one to do. In a second, I'll get to why it's a pain in the ass. So 60, now I'm doing 0.24 millimeter layers. So that's 2, 4, 6, 4, 8, 12, 7, 2, 0.72, which is 0.28. So 59.28. I have to add that. That is not what I asked you to do. Why are you arguing with me? Add, and then 60, add. 0.24, add. Split process, and then what I have to do is I have to come to this process, the one that's in the middle here, and I have to go to layer. Is it layer? No, it's on infill. Include solid diaphragm every one layer. And now when I do that, it properly prints the part the way it's supposed to. Solid layers, so that not only does this properly bridge without me having to use 10 times more infill than I need or 10 times more top layers than I need, but I now have a solid surface for the circle to attach to when it prints. That's what it's supposed to do. Now you say, okay, Chris, you found an easy solution. All right, now try to do that with a 500% upscale of that rook with the stairs inside. Because every single stair is going to fail unless you have enough infill, which is going to add 30 hours to the print time of that model. So what am I supposed to do? I'm supposed to create an individual process like this for every fucking step of the staircase up that entire model? I mean, fixing this was easy, but now imagine if I have to do that 100 times in one model. And then if you scale that model, you got to redo it all. That's a bug. That's a boneheaded feature. If you're interfacing one plane with another plane, you're interfacing the circle with the square, then the top of that plane should be solid so that the other plane has something to attach to. I mean, this is simple logic. This is not even complex. I mean, granted, it's something they didn't think of. Okay? But instead of saying, oh yeah, that actually makes sense, instead they argued with me. It's like but we'll see who fixes it first. Granted, it's a rare problem that usually doesn't come up. It's usually people like me who are pushing the bleeding edge who experience this kind of a problem. Now, there is another way you can do it. So, for example, let's say I actually want to do, I don't know, 2% infill. Because the model has, double 1.2 millimeter walls, and it simply does not need any more infill. So you have this model here. Figure I might as well show you guys some tips and tricks for how to get around this stuff. So we have our solid top layers. We fixed that. But now we only have this light infill because that's all it needs. I'm printing with a 1.2 millimeter nozzle. It does not need any more infill than this. Okay, the problem is, especially with a 1.2 millimeter, 0.4 millimeter extrusion, layer height, 0.4 layer height, that's gonna be a sketchy bridge. That's gonna be hard to bridge that. Well, there's a way around that too. So this is our split for. Now here's another thing. This is because Simplify 3D added the variable layers thing, this multi-process function, to automate it. You could always do multi-process, but you had to do it manually. You'd come in here and you'd set your stop point and your start point. It says 59.28, and then this one here starts at 59.28, ends at 60.24, and then this one here starts at 60.24, and then disabled means all the way to the top. Okay. What I wish is when you go into variable settings, it gives you this, and you can slide this up and down through the model. See? I wish there was a way to see this after the fact. I wish if I highlighted all three of these, it showed me the three planes where those layers are, and it doesn't. It's really annoying. I wish that's something they would have added, but they added this feature right before they stopped updating, so it was relatively incomplete. Yeah, Prusa Slicer handles it by inserting shapes, which is a pain in the fucking ass, but it does allow you to do variable settings on X and Y, which you can't do in Simplify 3D. I very rarely need to do that, but Simplify 3D, you can only do variable settings along the vertical axis. Like, I can't tell it to do this half of the model with 5% infill and this half of the model. He hasn't called yet, so I'm waiting. And this half of the model with 10% infill. I can't do that. You can do that in Cura and Prusa Slicer by using body shapes to define areas where you can then change the settings inside that body shape. Very annoying. The UI is garbage, but it is pretty cool that you can do that. I very rarely need that, though. Most of the time, it's the vertical axis I care about. So there's a way to have that 2% infill and still have bridging. So what you do is you select your first segment here. Yeah, they're fed. Variable settings. Now, we are at 59.28. So let's just do, I guess, 58 millimeters. Add location, split. And then this second half of that first half, I'm going to change the infill to 20%. And here's what that's going to look like. This is kind of cool. So here we are. We have our 2% infill. And then like 5 or 6 or 7 layers before you get to your top layers, where you need to do bridging, you do this. You start doing 20%. Now, some of these are going to fail. That's why you do 6 or 7. So eventually they'll build on top of each other. And by the time you get to your first solid layer, that 20% layer will be established enough to allow that layer to then lay down smoothly. So that's a little trick you can use. This comes in handy when you're printing big stuff, where you want to use 800 grams of filament, not 3 kilograms of filament. It becomes important when you don't want to blow 3 or 4 kilograms on a print because it's so ungodly huge. The reality is, the only reason I have any infill here at all is so that there's something to bridge to when I go to print that top layer. Because otherwise, I wouldn't even need this. When you have two 1.2 millimeter thick walls, that's a 2.4 millimeter thick wall, you could beat somebody over the head with this and it's not going to break. So the only reason to have the infill at all is to have some sort of a base for it to attach to. Also, it gives it a little bit of heat resistance. A vase mode print will deflect at a much lower temperature than a print that has some internal structure, because that internal structure will kind of hold things in place a little bit longer. So you can get a few degrees hotter before the part begins to warp. Kind of like having a skeleton. That's what that is, basically. But that's just enough to allow that to then get laid down. And that's enough that that can then lay down. And then by not having the stupid hole in the middle, that gets a nice solid bond to the previous part. So, a little annoying. The software should be smart enough to figure that out. You know, the software should be smart enough to realize that, hey, I got infill here and I'm printing a print right here in midair. Now, that ain't gonna work. So let me extend that line to the next infill line so that it's actually holding itself up. There'll still be a hole there, but the layer will have integrity. Or just allow us to insert top layers between planar interfaces. You know, you can do that too. Now, there is a way to trick it. I could design it that way. I could design it with like a 0.1 millimeter gap between the parts, and then it'll treat them as two separate parts, usually, not always. But that causes its own problems, especially if you go to scale the model, because now you're also scaling the gap. No, I haven't done anything with the distillery yet. I still haven't gotten down to Albuquerque to get some rain gutters. because I don't want to spend 20 bucks in gas just for that, because that'll make the $10 rain gutter $30 rain gutter. So I'm waiting until I have an actual need to go down to Albuquerque. Like, for example, her next doctor's appointment that's in Albuquerque, where I have to go to Albuquerque. Well, then I'll stop by Home Depot and grab some rain gutters. Plus, they have the silver ones, but they don't have the white ones. And I would prefer to have the enamel coated white ones, because they are going to absorb less heat. And they'll also they'll be cleaner, because there'll be an enamel coating on top of the metal, so the less concerned about corrosion. But yeah, so the next time I go down to Albuquerque, I'm gonna get some rain gutter. You know, even if I only get 2 pieces, just enough to allow me to capture the water coming off the carport. You know, that'll let me just start capturing a little bit. It really sucks because we've been getting a lot of rain, like hard rain. Like we've been getting. You should see my yard. I can show you. When you see my yard, it's amazing. Look, that's actually the cover for my my trailer. It's a cap for my trailer. Here's my lawn jack. But I have never seen that much green in my yard before. I refuse to cut it. I have a lawnmower. I'm not using it because that's gorgeous. It keeps the dust down. It keeps the temperature down. You know, that'd be amazing. A buried bus. Oh, yeah. We'll have a bunker we can drive out of if we need to. That's my neighbor. So you can see how far away my neighbor is. And my other neighbor's a little bit closer, but not by much. But yeah, this is beautiful. Now, this one spot right here has an ant mound in the middle of it, and no vegetation within like 2 feet of the ant mound. A perfect circle around the ant mound. I can't figure out why that is. What's keeping the grass from growing there? Well, the problem is we don't get clouds. When we do get clouds, they're amazing. Look at that. The multi-structure, multi-layer, multi-color. When storms come through, which we only get once a year typically, just July. But when the storms come through, the monsoons come through, the skies are mind-blowing. Oh my god. Oh. Interesting. So I have to murder them. Okay. I've been leaving them alone because they haven't been bothering me. But I'd like the yard to be complete. But yeah, look at these clouds. Look at this little sunset. That's actually blurry, but oh, it's gorgeous. It's just stunning. There's the picture for today. Yeah, the clouds are just incredible. But yeah, look at all this green. It's so much green. This tree is dead, but I'm leaving it. It's far enough away from the house to not be a fire threat. And it kind of looks cool, so I'm keeping it. Oh, yeah. There you go. Here's some aluminum for you, fuckers. Yeah, there's stitching software. You can get those stitch panels together like that. But, yeah. This is the canopy I gotta fix. It's bent. They sent me replacements, so I'm gonna take the other one, take the good parts, and merge them together to make one good one. But yeah, I've never seen. This is my front yard. This is incredible. I mean, and some of this is like 4 feet tall. It keeps the temperature down. It keeps the dust down, so you don't have much. No blown dust except on the road. But it keeps all the dust down. It's wonderful. I know it's only going to last a few more weeks, so I'm going to keep it for as long as it's going to last. Now my trick is to figure out how to add color to this. Is it raining? No. They have these purple bushes that a lot of the businesses plant in town. They're big, and they have purple flowers on them, and they seem to flower for a very long time. So I'm going to look into getting some of those to plant. But I'm trying to find anything that has any kind of color that keeps the color for months instead of days. Flowers typically only flower for a few days and then they're gone. I want something that's going to stay colorful so that I can have a more colorful yard, especially during the dry time. I need stuff that's dry tolerant. But yeah, this is amazing. I love this. I didn't really notice it until one day I was walking to the car without looking around. I got to stop doing that. I got to start paying attention to more to the world around me. But I just happened to look up and I was like, where'd all that come from? I was like, it's all green. And I just took out my phone and took a picture. I was like, oh my God, it's all green. So yeah, that's wonderful. Did you guys see this Reaper? Look at this guy's Reaper. Someone's got a problem. Well, most of the time we don't have any grass. So there's no grass to paint. And I'm not just gonna paint the ground, it's all dirt. But yeah. So you're gonna see more rocket centric videos coming from me. I'm gonna start working on scaling up some of my rocket parts to start structure testing them to see what kind of loads they can handle. I will admit 332 pounds of thrust is quite a bit more than I expected. I don't know what kind of tolerances they expect for safety tolerances, but I prefer 300%. I usually try to design for 300%, which means I've got to make a centering ring that can hold 300 pounds or 350 pounds. So that if I have 3 of them, I have 1,000 pounds of capacity there. And that way, even if one centering ring fails, the other 2 are still capable of handling 200% of the flight loads. So I guess the first thing I got to do is find somebody who's built a basic, simple, lightweight rocket using like an M640 and have them show me how they built it so that I can then duplicate part of that structure and then stress test it to see where it fails at. So, for example, what motor mount tube did you use? What kind of glue did you use? How did you apply the glue? Did you encapsulate the centering ring, or is it just bare plywood? How thick is it? And then load test it, see how much force it can handle, and then make my 3D printed part handle the same amount of force. It is a 9-second burn. So, like, for example, a 0.4 millimeter nozzle print would be a concern for heat thermal conduction, but a 1.2 millimeter print, probably not an issue. And there are definitely easy ways around that. So, for example, instead of designing, so here's your motor tube, and here's your centering ring, and on the outside is your body tube, and on the inside is your motor tube. Okay, so what I would do instead is I would design a centering ring like this. This is exaggerated. So I would design a centering ring more like that. Now that's massively exaggerated. But the point is, instead of having the centering ring be flush in contact with the motor mount tube, instead, I would have the centering ring in contact more like this. More like a little bit of scalloping like that. So that the centering ring only touches the motor mount tube at points instead of continuously all around. So think of it like I could make the hole in the center what a decahedron, 10-sided. So it would have 10 points of contact with the motor mount tube. And then the epoxy would fill the gaps. This does 2 things. 1, the epoxy is handling the temperature load, which it's capable of. And 2, the epoxy is encapsulating the little bit of plastic close enough to the motor mount tube to receive some of that thermal transfer. Which means even if the first 1 or 2 millimeters of plastic softens a tiny bit, it won't matter because the epoxy is going to hold it in place. And the plastic that's further away is never going to get that much heat, so it's never going to get soft. So, like I said, there are ways to engineer solutions to these problems. And I probably don't even need to do that. The thickness of the 75mm motor tube is probably enough of a thermal barrier to prevent sufficient heat from getting through to the motor. But anything longer than 8 or 9 seconds, and you could start running into problems. Where you might transfer enough heat over time to soften the part. So you would have to design for that. Or use different materials if you're going to be running a 20-second burn motor. Maybe that's the point where you go to nylon, for example. This is for PLA. Okay, as soon as I switch to something like ABS or nylon or PC, then those temperature concerns disappear. They become irrelevant. But I'm trying to design for PLA because PLA is easy, available, and cheap. And the nice thing about centering rings is that they don't heat to form in a hot car because they can't go anywhere. They're attached to an outer skin and an inner skin. So that outer skin and inner skin acts like a skeleton. The part can't go anywhere, even if it does soften. So we'll see. Probably the first thing to do would be to get a piece of sonotube from Home Depot so I can start designing parts to fit it. Designing centering rings to fit inside of it, although I think sonotube is too heavy. I mean, 332 pounds of thrust is nothing to scoff at, but it's not that much force. And sonotube is a really heavy freaking rocket. I'd rather make a lighter rocket that's like, 12-inch diameter. Instead of making the rocket go lower by making it heavy, make the rocket go lower by making the frontal area larger, increase the amount of drag. I could also shape my fins. Instead of being most aerodynamic, I can make the fins less aerodynamic. I can maximize drag with the shape of my fins so instead of having the fin shaped like this, I can have the fin shaped like this and then spread out at the bottom for maximum drag. Again, slowing the rocket down without making the rocket heavier. But that also increases the dynamic load on the parts. How do I probably won't even need a fillet to attach the fin to a rocket. My fillet-free fin will probably be stronger than your filleted fin because I can attach the fin to the external surface of the model and the internal surface of the model. So, for example, you would normally have a tube like this with a hole in it. The fin would go through the tube to the motor tube inside, and then you would apply glue as a fillet here. So your rocket would look like that from a cross section. Well, I can actually 3D print a fin that does exactly that. Matter of fact, I can go two ways. I can either not go through the tube at all and simply design the fin to be like this. So I could design the fillet right into the fin itself. So I am quadrupling, 10 timesing the surface area that the fin is attaching to the model with to make it a much stronger bond. Or go partially through, have a little divot come through. So here's the body tube thickness. So I can have a little piece come through the fin just to give it that shock load up and down. Or hell, if I wanted to, I could just 3D print the entire fin to go all the way through to the motor tube on the inside. And no fillets needed. I can even bolt it to it. I could design the fin with a cross section. It looks something like this, with an opening here in the back of the fin, where I can then have bolts come through the model like this. I can have 2 or 3 bolts coming through the body tube, through the fin to the inside. This little opening, I can make a tool, like a 3D print, a flat 3D printed plate that I embed a nut into, slide that in there like a key over top of where the bolt's coming in, screw it into the nut, pop the print off, slide it back out, and go in with the next nut. And I can actually bolt that fin right to the model itself if I don't want to go with through the wall. There are so many ways that I can use 3D printing to dramatically improve the strength of this part. In fact, if those fins are thick enough, I can even 3D print the bolts. They don't have to be metal bolts. I can make the rocket safer, so that those because if the bolt is 10 millimeters, it's going to be more than strong enough. There's not going to be a strength issue. You can even print square bolts. I don't know what they're called. I call them square bolts. But instead of having a cross section like this with threading going around like that, instead you take your bolt and you chop off the top and bottom of the bolt so that your bolt looks like this. That will still thread into a nut. But the advantage of that, and actually you only have to chop off one edge. You can leave the other edge round. So you can have the bolt with most of its threads intact. And you just chop off a little bit of the bolt on the bottom. By doing that, I can now print the bolt lying down like this, with the filament going this way, which will give it maximum strength. Because if you print a bolt like this, the stress of trying to bend or pull the model apart is going with the filament where it's strongest. If you print a bolt like this, like literally like this, okay, you're printing now at the mercy of your layer bonding strength. Meaning if you bend it like this, the part can simply snap. While if you print it like this, the part's not going to snap. It'll bend, right? But if you print it like this, it can snap. So so I can even 3D print the bolt hardware holding the damn thing together. There's just so many things you can do with 3D printing that you just straight up can't do any other way without some extreme equipment and skill. So I could do that. Yeah, you have a $14,000 CNC in your basement, and you can cut it out of titanium. Yeah, I guess you can do that. I don't got a $14,000 CNC, but I do have a $99 3D printer, and I know how to design stuff. Yeah, just I'll work on it. I'll see what kind of strengths I can come up with. I'll glue a fin on like they do and start putting weight on it until the fin breaks. Whatever poundage of force it breaks, make a 3D print that can handle the same poundage. Or rub it in their face and make the 3D print handle 200% of what theirs can. So if their print fails at 200 pounds, I'll make mine fail at 400 pounds. You see, it's like, okay, argue with that. I'm 200% your standard construction. Argue with that. So, I don't know. Just, what are you going to do? All right. I will see you guys later. That's it. We're done. I'm going to see you. So far, I haven't gotten a message from him, so I'm going to tag him in his message again and see if he wants to meet. He said this afternoon, so it should be sometime this afternoon. It's 4 o'clock, so we'll see what happens. I'm going to go run over to McDonald's and get another 99-cent iced coffee. They currently have in the McDonald's app, you can get an iced coffee for 99 cents, and I can't make one at home for 99 cents, so. So we're going to see hopefully more videos of me trying to lose weight, trying to improve my physical fitness. I'd like to see what I could do in a month, because I'm going to Denver next month. My friend David, who visited me down here, he wants me to visit him up there. He's paying for the room because I can't afford it. So we're going to drive up there and visit him in Denver. See the sights, whatever he wants me to see up there. But, yeah, the whole reason. Next year, I have a unique opportunity. The World Space Modeling Competition, for the first time in like 40 years, is going to, last time it was at Lakehurst, New Jersey in like the 70s, I think, or 80s. The World Space Modeling Competition is going to be here in the United States. in Austin, Texas. And the guys at the field want me to show up. They want me to come. They said they're willing to help me financially. They're willing to let me stay in their room for free, which would possibly make it possible for me to go. So NARM, is going to be a truncated NARM. It's going to be a 4-day NARM instead of a 7-day NARM. It's going to be mostly competition with a little bit of sport flying, but it's going to be here in New Mexico, 4 hours south of me. So it'd be kind of crazy to have a NARM in my own state and not go. So I need to get into shape. What use will I be if I can't even walk out into the field to take pictures? So I'm going to work on losing weight, work on getting in shape, work on helping Michelle get in shape with me. And so hopefully, I'll make a little more money, pay down some of my bills, and then go to NARM and the World Space Modeling Competition next year. So I have a target. I have an objective now. And now I also have this 3D printing thing with the NAR that I want to solve. So I'm going to work on creating some projects and stuff, maybe some articles for Sport Rocketry to show what these materials are capable of, to create data, so hopefully to appease people who question whether or not the materials are usable or not. And we shall see what happens. So I will see you guys next week. You guys have a great day. Thank you so much for joining in. Chris Schwarzenegger, get to the chopper!